繰り返しなっても全てもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon a storm to play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. us, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me like the waves that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, let's circle from near and far, above the flower bed, as we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart. Shine and feel
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and stand again. Awake.
2 days, believe me, it was worthwhile because today we have G2 and KC. This matchup makes the last 2 days taste like a mediocre snack that you microwaved between games, with today being a Michelin star 5-course meal. Casey's dreams are no longer memes, and G2's cuisine never tasted better. Both teams' off-season bets are set to pay off today for an early finals qualification. Yike and Targamas are out for blood, and I could go on for hours about what's on the line for Kalist and Hansama. Get comfy, grab a snack, put on your best suit, grab your oxygen mask, and put yours on before you help out others around you. We're getting ready for an epic day in Berlin, and it starts by putting KC Synergy to the test in the latest episode of DuoQ.
G2, the perfect team fight! They take it all! Here comes the Crow Storm! It's not back, it's the goal of person! What? This people, oh my god! Claps! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!
Welcome to DuoQ, where we find out how well our duos know each other. I'm joined by Vladi and Targamas. We're going to ask you a series of questions on who you think best fits the answer. The goal is to answer the same and you'll get a point. Your score will compete against other LEC teams throughout the year. Fnatic currently has the lead with 6 out of 8 points. Are you guys ready?
Yeah. I got it.
Ready? Prêt? Okay, first question. Who is the most likely to get lost in real life? Who is the more likely to get lost? 3, 2, 1, reveal.
Thank you.
Okay, so Vladi.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just.
He's just 19.
I just play League of Legends.
All
I'm
right.
not very good in life.
Do you get lost on the map though? Right.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I do.
that as well.
I'm macroless.
All right. Next question. Who is the pickiest eater? 3, 2, 1, reveal. Not a match?
Why me?
But of course you say me. But bro, the food, every time you don't want to eat it and you order for yourself. Like, you can't say I'm picky when you never eat the food.
That's fine. I'm
No,
ordering,
but that's
I'm ordering
literally-
different food. Maybe I don't like myself.
And then he's ordering curry every day because he doesn't want to eat the food.
Okay, so
But then
beef
I'm the
with
picky
chef.
eater.
All right, ego question coming up next. Who is the smartest about the game? 3, 2, 1.
I don't have ego.
And that's a
okay?
match. Argu, the
Yeah.
mastermind behind
I mean,
all the
also-
plays. Are you controlling him? Like, are you actually the puppet master of the team?
I mean, I don't like to control people, but sometimes if I really feel like he's actually hinting a lot, then
I try to say you can't do that, but I don't like to do it.
Putting on the leash on your team.
Sometimes in the reviews I get whip of flashbacks, so he's actually smart.
And then sometimes he's having a crisis and then he doesn't want to do what I say, he wants to do the opposite. You know?
Because I'm right.
Classic mid laner with an ego. Anyway, next question. Who is more likely to accidentally set the team house on fire? 3, 2, 1, reveal. And that's a match. Vladdy, so you get lost, you set the house on fire.
Yeah, it comes to
You're
my
a kid, actually.
It comes to the previous question.
He's just 19.
I'm 19, I play League of Legends, that's it. There is not much to do.
All right. Next question. Who is the best Rizzler? 3, 2, 1. Tagu?
I saw his
It's a match? Okay, so I want to investigate on this. Tagu, what's your best line?
I don't have a line. Like, the thing is, I think he didn't know what to answer either because none of us is a Rizzler, so...
Alright. Only focused on League of Legends.
Yeah. Kinda.
You don't have any moves either, Eddie? No?
Huh?
Mew. Okay.
What was that?
Who has the best fashion sense? 3, 2, 1. And that's a match.
I'm not into fashion, I'm sorry.
So next question. Who is the better at giving gifts? Who is the best at giving gifts to other people? 3, 2, 1.
What did you say?
That's a match.
You know why?
Because you never do
Because
gifts.
I never give gifts.
Of course, bro.
I never give a gift.
Of course.
Not even for their birthdays?
I mean, there was only Kana's birthday, but he didn't want anything. I asked him.
Alright, the next question is gonna be for the win. Who would be the most resourceful in a zombie apocalypse? 3, 2, 1. So that's not a match, which is very surprising with everything else you said, Betty.
You know, sometimes I say that I only play League of Legends, but when it comes to zombies, and because I play games, I'm more experienced with that.
Alright,
I mean, the thing is, in a zombie apocalypse, Vladdy would survive because he would be in his room, right? But then he would just run out of food at some point, and then he would just die.
Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. Like,
what would be your best defense?
I think
I
I would find the cure.
The cure?
Yeah.
Sciences, Vladdy.
I think so.
We'll count on you if things go wrong. All right, guys, with 6 points, you tie Fnatic at the top. It may not be a win, but you're still sitting pretty at the top. Are you guys fine with the answers that you gave? How well you know each other? Can we say that there's enough synergy?
Yeah, I think it's fine. We argue sometimes, but I think it's normal, you know, like
Alright.
we also do in scrims.
Work on improve. That's all for us here in Duo Q. Targamas, Vladdy, thank you so much for participating. We'll see you soon in the next time. KC versus G2. The old kings, dynasty, yada yada yada. They sit comfortably on their throne, but a threat arrives. La révolution is near, is proche here, and both teams are fearless. Heading into Fearless Draft Best of Fives. I'm Laure, and I will be joined by Odo, Amde, and Finn. I did not know that you guys were allowed to be next to each other. Like, what's going on? Is Shigenza nearby? Are we having like a trio reunion here?
To be honest, it is the first time we're on this together, so maybe it's just for next time.
Anything you guys want to solve before today?
Tense. It's been a hard day, but I think for this series we can put our differences aside and focus on the coming day of League of
I have
Legends.
my eyes on the prize, it's gonna happen.
And I got my eyes on the prize being this Fearless Best of 5 series. The first one we have in LEC. And guys, KC, G2, I could not be more hyped, especially when you consider KC and where they come from being dead last. The biggest joke we had in Europe basically last year,
that's a
which
bit
is
far.
No, well, that's not far. That's what the CEO said actually. Verticals, he said on social media a year ago, everyone was laughing at us, and look at us now. The strongest team in the LEC facing off against G2. What a team. I get it, honestly. Like they must be happy, but especially when you consider their growth, what a glow up from KC.
I mean, coming into last year, I think there was definitely some growing pains entering the league. I think those first 2 splits, they kind of want to forget about it. But coming into the summer split, we actually saw the team kind of coming together. When they brought in Upset, when they brought in Closer, I think they were kind of showing what the team could be. And building on that into this year, I think we've finally seen the kind of vision that was planned from the beginning of last year. And it's very exciting to see how they're finally in the top 3 and they're finally contesting for the title.
Exactly. You saw the growing pains when you have a team that comes from the ERL
straight into LEC, it's a little bit difficult because you don't really know what to expect. You don't really know if your systems, though everything you've been building up is working. But now, given time, I feel like their trajectory ever since the summer split has been, you know, a positive one. I feel like they made all the correct moves in the coaching department. I feel like they got star players, especially with Vladi and Kalist coming into this series. I think that it's shaping up to be a great series today, and I'm really excited, especially given how the previous series yesterday have been going with the lack of quality. This is, for me, my series to get me really excited.
And they were so excited last week, especially when they realized that they were going to face off against G2, because I feel like every team, it's a rite of passage. If you want to win the LEC, you have to win against G2, especially here. They have a spot on finals on the line, and guys, I can only imagine when you're some of these players, Yike especially, a lot of people were saying outside of KC, outside of G2, he's not going to be anything. And look at him now.
Yeah, and especially how we've been so teased for a best-of-5 Fearless series, finally actually getting one. Because we looked at LPL, we watched the LCK, even in America, there have been 5-game series of Fearless, and now we get to see this, and we get to see Yike and Targamas get back at their old team in G2. And I can just imagine the fire that's burning in their heart right now, how strongly they want to win the series.
G2 have something to prove here as well, I feel, Odo, in the bet that they took in the offseason. Untrusting Skumon, Lebrov as well. And I feel like, especially since the beginning of playoffs, it's paying off for them.
It's paying off. They're ramping up really well, especially with Skumon. I was a bit skeptical of the move at first because it just felt like it's another, you know, Yike incident where you're just getting Yike 2.0, the younger Yike in that sense. But I feel like he's shaping up to be really good. I feel like most of the wins come from the way he's been empowered in the early and the mid game. I feel like he has a big voice in pretty much anything that is going on. He's the catalyst for G2. Labrov, I still feel like there's a little bit of growing pains there, and he's finding his own. But at the same time, I'm excited because the duo is working right now.
There's so much we could say about this series, but so little time. Closing thoughts on this first Fearless best of 5. We're going to have any expectation, anything that you want to see, Finn?
I hope the game one sets the tone and it sets it well. I want to see crazy picks from the start, and I want to see them keep the creativity keep flowing throughout the entire series.
I think that these are the two perfect teams to get that creativity going. We'll see about this in a few minutes, but before that, hearing from the teams, Jiniro is standing by at the Marriott Bonvoy checkpoint in our pre-game check-in, back-to-back with Bibi and
Thank you, Laure. Hi, guys. I'm Ginny, joined with Bibi from G2. I feel like at this point, you guys know who that is. Let's talk about your game going up against KC, because everybody's really looking forward to this. I'm expecting it to be a 5-game banger. Your social media manager is saying other things. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm excited playing against our boy Yike and Targamas, both players who we had on our rosters before, so I'm excited to beat them today. It's going to be interesting.
So that's your prediction?
Yes.
What exactly about this game is going to be interesting to you? Are you preparing anything with this Fearless draft? Can we expect some wacky picks? Is it just going to be standard?
I mean, I think when it comes to Fearless, there's a lot of stuff that can happen. I mean, especially if you look at our games, we have a lot of picks prepared, and we obviously are looking at what KC is playing as well, and they're playing some interesting stuff. So we're excited what they have to showcase today. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Let's see how the games will unveil. I'm excited for them. So.
When you're looking at the KC players and the G2 players, I feel like both of the teams have really done well when it comes to solo queue. So how's solo queue going for you?
I mean, the last 2 days have not been going too great. I think I lost like 15 out of 20 games.
Oh my God.
So I dropped a little bit in the ranking there, but I'm still pretty high. But yeah, I mean, you can tell that it makes sense that both of us are like at this spot in playoffs, because I feel like both teams really grind out the game a lot. And I feel like both teams have very try-hard players who really want to achieve it. And I feel like when you have that, a team or a player is dangerous, right? And I think both teams have this today. So I'm expecting a lot of fights, a lot of mechanical fighting, team fighting. You know, it's going to be interesting. Very excited always to play against KC. I'm sure it's going to be very loud in the studio soon. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Didn't have a best of 5, I think, against KC in this studio. I'm not actually sure. Actually, we did. Maybe. I don't know. It's going to be fun though. I feel like this is KC's strongest version yet, so I'm excited to beat them.
I'm really looking forward to it. You did a great job at hyping up the game. Thank you so much for your time. My question then to you, Kameto, is going to be, considering where KC was last winter, and now you're going up on a best of 5 against G2, what are the emotions?
The missions are like quite different, I'd say. Last year it was really tough, really hard for me and for the team, for the club, for the fans as well. And this year we are in the winner bracket. We play versus G2, and I actually feel confident playing against G2. When last year I was a bit shaky, and I had some reasons to. And no, this year I feel nice. I feel amazing. The team is working well. They do pretty good in scrims. They have a good team environment. They make jokes every time, so I'm really confident for today.
I think you guys should be, because as you mentioned, Casey's doing well on scrims. They're doing well on stage as well. And even in solo queue, when we're comparing them to like the G2 players, which is something that we've done today, they are holding up their own. So in that regards, when it comes to you as, you know, Kameto, when it comes to Casey, what has been your work behind the scene to allow this roster to be so excellent?
First of all, our work was to produce our own player from academy. That's why we brought Vladi and Kalist from our own academy. So the coaches, they already know the players, they already know what they are capable to do. And our work also with the solo queue, we have some politics in the club that you have to be high in solo queue to play every day, to practice every day, and to train every day as much as you can, so we have no regrets when we come on stage.
That's a really lovely philosophy when it comes to it, because it sounds like a very long-term plan that you have at AC, which is not necessarily something that we see very often in esports. So I think the fans also, it gives them a lot of hope, but a lot of players to stand behind, because they know we're going to see them in KC Blue, we're then going to see them in the LEC, and there's a form of loyalty. So for the fans that are definitely going to be here, and they're going to be really loud, and the fans that are watching at home as well, what would your message be to them?
The message for the fan: trust the players, trust the staff. We've been working really hard this year, and we are not going to stop. You can follow players from KC Blue Stars now to KCB to KC LEC, and my goal was when I did KC was to win Worlds. So we are not gonna stop until we do that.
I love that. Thank you so much for your time. Let's see whether or not you guys can go up against G2 in our match of the week. Let's get started.
KC is looking stronger than ever. They have been improving game after game since week 1. You can expect that Fearless Draft will inspire both teams. In one side you have Broken Blade and Caps, and we already know how creative they can be.
I'm hoping we get some game 5s, because that would be quite crazy.
But on the other side, you have Targamas and Yak. And get ready, because they will surprise a lot of people too. If it's going to 5, be ready for anything.
Playing front to back with the Nature's Grasp is great, and Hanzala firing away. Caps ends their day. G2, just when you doubt them, they come back in and show you who's the king of the league.
Skumont gained a lot of confidence. He finally found his space as G2, and Yak will have to be ready for him.
So I think we're gonna do very good. We're playing good already, and I think we're gonna show better performances than this game too.
It could be historical for KC to win. It could be their first LEC final. Even though it's already insane, they do not want to stop there. For G2, it's time to confirm that their off-season decisions were the right ones. This is the very first Fearless best of 5 in LEC, and with these two teams, I can't wait to see what they'll bring into the Rift.
And here we go, G2 versus KC, finally best of 5s here in the LEC. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Betty and Dagda for this epic series, we hope. I know some people want 3-0s because they'd like to go home.
I'm so sad if this is not a banger. I need this to be a banger.
I mean, we have a very interesting story on our hands. The return of G2 after what was a difficult start to winter, and KC, for the very first time, fighting their way through the upper bracket. Last year in winter, they found themselves in 10th place. They were the laughingstock of the LEC, but now they're a contender for the title. But as is history here in the LEC, the only way you'll get a title is by going through this organization.
And that's the problem. G2 feel like they're on the comeback. The fact that they have all these like unique picks, this cool flair that they can bring out with like the Warwicks, Gumon on the Pantheon jungle has been insane. It feels like they're starting to get G2 of last year, now starting to come back to full strength. Whereas Karmine Corp have kind of been Mr. Consistent, to be honest. Like, there've been a couple of games here and there, but generally they've had solid foundations that they've been playing through, and now they've well deserved this spot on the upper side of the table.
They certainly have, and I'm excited to see what they've prepared for us today, because we know that G2 and KC, given they were on opposite sides of the bracket, spent a lot leading up to this point scrimming against each other. And of course this week they haven't been, but based on what we've heard from the players, it's been very back and forth between the two teams behind the scenes, and I'm excited to see what they've brought out today, because they seem to feel very confident in how the other team likes to play.
Yeah, and it was actually, I was looking at their solo queue. It was really cool, because last night or this morning I looked and I was like, oh yeah, all these players are in the top 20 on the Challenger leaderboard. And then like later on, BB just lost several games, slipped right the way down. But these are still two teams that are like at the height of their power when it comes to individual strength. And now it's going to be a case of that coordination taking them that last while.
Yeah, Skumon's topping the charts right now in EU solo queue, and because of that, or perhaps because of how well he's played it on the LEC stage, his Pantheon immediately banned out by Karmine Corp. G2 will remove the Ambessa. There are a few ways of thinking about Fearless Draft, and one of them that we did see a bit yesterday in the LTA finals is just give the opposition their strong stuff in the first game. Like, you lose the first game, cool, you got rid of some of their powerful picks. That's not what's happening here, and this is kind of the more conventional idea behind Fearless. The idea that, okay, this whole series we're going to ban the Kalista, we're going to ban the Pantheon, at least when we're on the blue side.
I mean, we saw Fnatic giving away Skarner in the very first game yesterday, just to kind of remove it from the pool in the event that you go the full series. And in a best of 5, that pool is going to shrink very quickly. But so far, it does seem that power picks are going to be taken off the board. Kalista is something we've seen both AD carries thrive on throughout winter. That's going to be removed on the side of KC. But with Vi alongside that, it brings the question, what is their first pick? So many traditional blue side power picks in the form of Vi and Kalista taken away by KC themselves.
Yeah, and that's where I'm kind of looking at it. Do we look at a first pick Ezreal? Do we look at something along those lines? Especially with the Zyra now gone. Maybe jungle, the next high priority?
Yeah, Maokai is where I'm really looking, right? Such a powerful jungler, you don't really want to give it across. Instead, Azir the first pick here. Vladdy's going to pilot that. Will G2 just say, okay, well, Maokai is a possibility for us?
I mean, Maokai Ezreal seems great here. The fact that you get this high engage opportunity coming through from the Maokai, and Hans Sama looked phenomenal on the Ezreal last week as well, so I wouldn't be fully surprised to see them go towards it, and it opens up so many possibilities because you're not just locked down to one style of composition when you have the Ezreal in tow.
I mean, Ezreal has become a power pick for Hans Sama. For those long-time Hans fans, this may come as a bit of a surprise because, I mean, it's not a champion that we have typically associated with him, but this split has become one of his most successful champions with an incredible win rate on it. Now he's going to get his hands on it once more, and the Maokai, as you both suggested, looking to be the lock-in here for G2.
Yeah, so there are a couple of answers you can go to for the Maokai. Sejuani has kind of been the hand trade we saw a lot last year. Wukong, also something that can do relatively well because you can use the clone to block that engage. So I'm curious if that's what Yike would like to go for, and you already have this great setup on the mid-jungle with a lot of CC, plus great teamfight potential.
There's always the possibility of a Mel as well. You can play her in the bot lanes, you can reflect that Maokai engage. I don't think it's the best composition in terms of you've already got a lot of AP threats, but we will see if she rears her head throughout this draft. Instead, Cassante currently the pick for KC, a very strong blindable top laner. Kana very comfortable on it as well, although it will be the first time this year we have seen him piloting the champ.
I will say, getting to see Kalista on Varus once again, this man only knows how to click forwards. He plays with nothing but confidence, and the movement that he showcases on this champion is otherworldly. Whether he's playing the poke lethality or whether he's playing the on-hit, he seems to be incredibly confident on both, and I'm excited to see these AD carries match up as G2 looking to round things out with a Poppy. traditional, old-school comfort pick for them in the hands of Mickey. Labrov likely looking to showcase that same level of strength.
I am curious to see what happens now, though, with the Cassante blind, because this has kind of been where BB has gotten a little bit funky. Like, we saw the Swain come out as an answer to it as well, so I think KC need to start looking at those as potential bans coming into this.
I agree with that. I also think there's a very real possibility this Poppy's just going top. Like, Broken Blade very comfortable on the Poppy. We saw him playing it a lot last year as well, and it does work well into the Cassante. Like, whenever he tries to dash around into the back of a teamfight, Poppy just puts up that steadfast presence.
I would say it's definitely been a bit of an EU special, too. As an answer to Cassante, many of our EU top laners have favored the Poppy in this matchup and have found a lot of success, both domestically and on the international stage. The Corki ban from the side of KC, trying to remove that from the mid lane pool. Double 80 carries plus Maokai is a very present, very powerful, scaling front-to-back teamfight composition. And you can see, based on this game one, both teams very much looking towards that front-to-back style of play. One of the things that G2 is likely thinking about right now is side lanes. The biggest strength of Azir that we've seen Caps utilize to perfection is how you can utilize the champ on a side lane, scaling, constant pressure, and how quickly you can rejoin with the group. How is G2 going to answer that? Because right now they don't have very solid options.
And the thing was, at the start of the year, picks like the Azir were answered with the Sylas, but we saw that G2 just didn't quite have that coordination. They hadn't really got the foundations in place for this squad yet. So I think with the evolution that G2 have now gone through, we could definitely see something like a Sylas come out for them in that mid lane if they want to. Even the Yone, a potential pick here, especially when you already have that Maokai plus the Poppy taken away. It could be an easy pick up here for Caps.
I wouldn't mind the Yone. It does push you a little bit down the physical damage route, which can be a bit tricky as the game goes on. Obviously, Leandri's Maokai a possibility.
Yeah, plus, I mean, Ezreal does have somewhat mixed damage. I think you've got enough flexibility there. Plus, you still got Rumble, stuff that are left open as well for Broken Blade. So, plenty of options in this one, but it does look like that Poppy may be going to the top with the Blitzcrank, or Talia could be taken.
Makes a lot of sense. We've seen it as an answer into Azir because you can get early priority in the matchup. We did see Jackies over the weekend as well, prioritizing those symbiotic boots just so that you have a little bit more mobility.
So excited,
it certainly was. But that's why it's so resonant in my mind, just because of how much additional roaming power you have. And we talked about how we needed to see someone to match in the side lane. Talia is a great champion for that.
Looks like Sejuani is going to be the lock-in here for Yike. Long range, non-committal engage, so powerful, especially when you have the Chain of Corruption, the Emperor's Divide follow-up. You also have the ability just to act as a frontline for your team. Can be a little bit trickier into the Poppy. Obviously, the Arctic Assault can be negated by that steadfast presence, but if you use the ultimate initially, you already have that CC layering down.
I'm curious if, I was going to say Targamas wants to opt into the Lulu here as well, because now that you've got that engage, you don't really need it coming through from your support. Plus, into things like the Poppy, Rel sucks, Leona sucks, it's invisible time all around, so yeah, nice. Labrov can answer immediately with the Blitzcrank, which I really do like. It's a great answer into the Lulu. She's very vulnerable, and especially when you've got a lot of protection off the back of a pick, because you can throw out the Maokai ultimate, throw out the Unraveled Earth, you can easily pick someone and prevent KC from being able to follow up very easily.
Yeah, I think we've got two very traditional front-to-back compositions with that Blitzcrank providing a wrench in the works. The fact that you can find those picks, as you are highlighting, can offer a lot of value pretty consistently throughout the game. But I like this logic from KC where they're basically saying, hey, if it is going to be about scaling, if it is going to be about the 5v5, let's go for a range support to provide a little bit more utility, a little bit more carry threat and support for our superstar Kalist in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I am curious if KC just opt in towards a lane swap in the early stages as well. 100%. Just say, hey, we just don't want to play into the Blitzcrank. Let's just look for the whimsy additional damage onto towers, so we can just go through that instead. And you've got Cassante in your team. He's going to be fine in the lane swap. So I think that'll probably be the form of attack KC are operating on.
I like that game one. Nothing too crazy. Stock standard, both teams kind of testing the waters, seeing what they've brought to the table. It's removing a lot of traditional power picks, allowing for this series to hopefully showcase a lot of creativity that we've set the expectation high for when these two teams match up.
It is a little sad when you come in and you're like, oh my god, G2 have so many cool picks, and it's like, Poppy Top, yeah.
Well, they've got the Blitzcrank at least, okay? Something a little bit exciting. Let's get into game one of this best of 5, though. The crowd uproarious right now. The G2 and Carmine Core fans on either side of the arena. Switch log into the game, get onto the map. You can see Hans Sommer going for the cleanse. on this Ezreal. Kalist doing the same on the Varus. Obviously, the ability to get away from the Glacial Prison, the Chain of Corruption. We've already talked about the CC layering that can come out from KC.
Yeah, it's also just for Hans Sama. If you end up trying to go all in with the Blitzcrank, kind of the best answer for Targamas is to immediately whimsy you. So having that cleanse means that if that hook lands successfully, you're going to be able to follow up immediately. Plus as well, if you end up getting hit by any sort of ultimate from Yike, you're in a decent spot. So I think for Hans Sama, it makes a lot of sense. And there's just not a huge amount of backline threat for him in general. So a healer or a barrier, not going to save you in these sort of situations.
Now, we did talk about in the draft his incredible win rate on the champion, but 4-0 so far in the winter splits. You can see his incredible damage per minute, which of course on Ezreal can typically be quite high because of his range and poke ability, but it just showcases the growth and development he has shown as an AD carry player. We know him for his hyper-aggressive ADs, and they're looking to get hyper-aggressive here in the early game as they go for a bit of a delayed invade.
Last time Hans Sama lost on Ezreal was against Gen G back in 2023 Worlds main event. Won on it twice last year, has won on it 4 times in a row so far in 2025. G2 will invade towards this bot side. No lane swaps coming out from either team as of yet. The first push though for Targamas and Kalist is gained, so Hans Sama and Labrov will just take the long route round to the lane. Not going to lose any experience, might lose a couple of minions under the tower because it's going to be hard for the Blitzcrank really to step up if Kalist and Targamas stayed around. They don't, they back away, so these should all be farmed by G2.
Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be able to pick them all up. And then I think it becomes a case of, as this wave starts to push out, can KC kind of successfully lean that towards their tower? The shorter wave going to be the shorter lane going to be nicer for them when you're against the Blitzcrank, but they're just going to continue to push, so looking at least to try and chip away in the turret, but have to be careful that Blitzcrank doesn't hook you underneath the structure.
Now look at the pathing we're getting from the junglers. Yike starting on his wolves, moving down towards his Krugs, wanting to be able to clear out that bot side of the map. And
nice hook from Labrov onto Targamas, but the power of the Lulu, especially in the early game, is if you don't have enough burst, she just help-pixes herself, puts a shield down. It's really hard to trade back in.
It's also the bone plating coming in a lot there, so Targamas not having that means that then he's going to be a little bit more vulnerable, but you have to land a second one to really take advantage of that. Whereas Labrov in this matchup will be going off of second wind, so definitely going to be looking to heal up over time in this sort of situation.
I do want to come back to that point about pathing though, Vedi, because as you said, Yike went wolves into his Krugs. What that does is not only mean that Skumon has to back out of that side of the jungle, otherwise he's going to be, fought in a 3v1. Caps here has to flash away from Yike, but it also means that his bot lane can play a little bit more aggressively because they know that Skumon isn't just going to come back through the tri-bush and actually gank them as they put up that lane.
I mean, Caps was pretty aware of where Yike was likely to be because they saw him thanks to that early ward pathing towards bot side. Ooh,
flash, hook, Kalist gets hooked. He's only got the cleanse and he doesn't have a hope of getting out. Doesn't burn the summoner. First blood to G2.
A nice punish in the bot lane, 2 versus 2. Kalist, he doesn't respect Flash, and he ends up paying for it with his life.
I mean, Labrov has been known for these hook champions. There was a Thresh in the past, and now popping off the Blitzcrank. G2 off to a phenomenal start in this bottom lane.
I mean, as you rightly said, Labrov last year when he was playing on BDS, Rel was a champion that he often leaned toward, but Blitzcrank was another one that he showcased phenomenal performances on. And he's off to a good start here, the G2 bot lane, finding G2 their first early gold lead.
Yeah, LeBlanc was 6-2 on Blitzcrank last year. It had an absolute whale of a time on this pick. It was more situational, as we see here. G2 leaving the last pick for their new support.
I think now, though, it puts KC in a really uncomfortable spot, because if you want to try and commit towards, say, the Void Grub contest, Lulu's so vulnerable now with that flash burn, so Labrov can try and play for picks on towards Targamas. So I think for KC, you can see they're way more passive now. I don't think they can really contest G2 on the map if they're trying to bring supports into the equation.
Love what Skumon's been doing in this early pathing. He started on the enemy Raptors thanks to the delayed invade. He did a bot side clear into full top side clear. He conceded the top side scuttle after Yike forced a flash out from Caps and he needed to go back to base. And then he moves back bot in time for the Raptors respawn, so he can just stay that bit ahead of Yike. You can see he's about to tick over to level 5. The Gromp is spawning as well, which means that bot lane could be a prime target for a gank. No flash available on Targamas, and Labrov primed and ready to set up for a play.
Yeah, having that Hex Flash makes it so easy to try and go for. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And I think that's where you're kind of seeing Yike now immediately moving down to try and cover this on the bottom side. But they need to crash that wave, and I don't know if they're going to get it in time.
We'll have a look down there in a moment as the TP comes out from Kana towards the top side. They will be able to crash the wave in time. Wouldn't be surprised as well if Skumond, you know, just wants to cover this, then go Gromp into his own Wolves, into his Razorbeaks, because as much as stealing away camps is good, you also want to be making sure your jungle is on a cycle, right? You want to keep getting them leveling up, and it gets you towards the grubs as well, which are going to spawn in about 30 seconds if you path up towards that top side.
And the timing right now is still good for KC, and because of that push in the bot side of the map, they're able to rotate up towards mid. Grubs is going to be that point of contention. Labrov is here to match as Hansama catches that bot wave. Small XP advantage on the side of B2 is Skumon halfway to level 6.
I'm curious how GT want to try and play this, though, because I'm in two minds. You can either, one, continue the clear you were talking about, Medic, and go towards those Void Grubs, or do you try and use the fact that you don't have that flash on Targamas anymore and punish through that Blitzcrank once more, even a flash engage from Skumon, so you could try and contest on a potential Dragon take. So it looks like at the moment, Skumon is basically trying to read, hey, KC will trade Void Grubs for Dragon, which is why Skumon is now going towards this bottom side, but you can see the wards are already there, so Skumon will just get spotted while it's the Void Grub take from KC.
For KC as well, they're playing around the fact that Caps doesn't have flash, right? If they can put more pressure towards that mid lane, if they can move Targamas up, they make it so that Labrov and Skumon have to hover around mid a little bit more. Caps might be caught out here as Yike is coming in from the side, but he can just path down towards the bottom. The Emperor's of Ike just clipping him though, and the Weaver's Wall is still going to be stunned on it. Well played by KC. Caps levels up, should still fall. Vladdy on the board for Carmine Core.
Brilliant play from KC in the mid lane. Vladdy just clipping Caps on the edge. Sets up nicely for Yike on the gank. Now he can return over to those Void Grubs as Skumon finishes off the Dragon.
The former G2 jungler sets his sights on his former teammate by working with Vladdy to punish the flashless Talia. They equalize the kills, the gold relatively even. Not all of the grubs was secured. We'll see how that impacts the rest of the game because it does, of course, delay the second spawning of the grubs. G2, they set their sights on the bot side of the map for now, but let's look back at this play.
Yeah, you can see Vladdy just barely gets in on towards Caps, and then Caps tries to go for the wall out, but you end up getting locked down by Yike. Can't really escape the level up. Puts a little bit of distress on KC, but it's nothing too hard.
Didn't really matter. Vladdy still had flash if Caps had got any further away. Nature's Gas coming out from Skumon, but look at the damage ready onto Labrov. Kalist with the cleanse away, almost got Labrov. In the end, it's Targamas that falls. Kalist was a gnat's whisker away from killing Labrov.
They almost get an even 1-for-1. But G2, they make the execution happen. They find themselves another kill, very much directed towards this bot side of the map. It seems that G2's game plan is play through the strength. G2 have already found a 2v2 kill on that bot side. Keep attacking it. The flash from Targamas not quite available. It's about to come up soon. They're able to find that small pick, and they'll extend their kill lead that slightly bit further.
Yeah, I'm now curious as to what G2 want to try and achieve, though, because you're in a position where those Void Grubs are still open available on that top side, and you kind of want them to cycle so you can actually look towards the next ones. But KC never finished them off, and I don't know if G2 realized, because you should hear the kind of roar.
Being slain,
yeah, but it hasn't come through, so nobody really paying attention to it.
And there is also the argument just to leave them. If you think you have bot pressure, if you're playing well through bot, you can just play for the next Drake. Yes, of course, if you can take extra advantages, that's beneficial. But if Skumon thinks he needs to spend his time around bot lane to continue to punish Kalist and Targamas in this 2v2 or 3v2 when Skumon's there, perhaps it's better just to leave the grubs up.
Yeah, and I can see that. I think it's just when you're in a position where you have now fully covered your bottom side of the map, giving them a bit more turret-taking possibility is always really nice, especially when you want to try and keep playing around this bottom side. And in an awful lot of situations, KC will have decent wave clear coming through from Kalist, so I think having the extra chip damage is nice as Vladdy.
Oh, the Unraveled Earth just getting Vladdy with the stun there. Caps can put a little bit more damage down. You can see that Targamas is just waiting around the corner. Will shield up Vladdy. It was very close that Vladdy almost had another Emperor's Divide on the G2 mid.
Yeah, I mean, I think he made the right call in that he didn't want to get knocked back. The most dangerous part of that play was him being under tower range.
Kalist has no summoners. He's stepping into darkness there. That was greedy from Kalist. Hans-Summer and Labrov punish him rightly. He didn't have anyone on his side of the map and didn't know where Hans and Labrov were.
Yeah, I mean, the big question was, what was the information shared on Labrov? When was the last time that he was spotted? Because I think his game plan there was just, I'm going to ward the Tri-Brush. Yep. You know, I'm not doing anything too crazy, but he definitely didn't expect that. ends up giving away a kill. 0-2-0 now for the AD carry of KC.
And Hans is huge. Like, we're already highlighting how good Hans has been on this Ezreal pick. Then you start off with 3 kills to boot as well. Triforce now completed. This man is just going to take over the game from this position, and it's now on KC to figure out how the hell you're supposed to deal with them. And I don't think you have the threat on us.
Yeah, and this is the battle we've been looking at coming into this week. The AD carries Kalist, this rookie superstar whose name has been around the scene for the last few years, now finally making his debut on the LEC, getting into this upper bracket final. Hans Sommer, who's been around for so long, but has also sometimes been maligned by fans saying he's not as good as he should be for G2. This year, having a stellar performance, especially on the Ezreal.
Hans Sommer has just been extremely solid for G2. But that should take nothing away from Kalistas. Labrov sets his sights on Kalista once more.
Kalista just hasn't got an opportunity to actually go
He's at his own base!
It's just harassment. That's all Labrov's doing, trying to make sure that Caps can come in as well. The flash over the wall, wild growth onto Kalist. There's too many wards on the blast cone, and Kalist can't auto it.
Kalist can't get onto the map! The man is just trying to run back into his own base, and G2 found him, but Caps now may not be safe.
Does have the flash away from Yike, looking for the permafrost here. Vladdy coming in as well, he's hooked away. Caps starting to walk away, but in the end, Vladdy's soldiers will secure the kill. And the battle between these two teams right now is Camp Kalist and Camp Caps.
Yeah, they're really trying to pick on the stars of the teams. And to be fair, for both sides it's working, but G2, they're getting a greater gold lead out of it. Look at this Ezreal, a 1.5k gold lead. Trinity Force finished 11.5 minutes into the game. I mean, Hans Sommer is just so strong and is in a prime position to carry. And I mean, Kalist, he's just been the target from G2.
I will say though, like, look, Hans can be the big lad on the Rift, but Vladdy's not that far behind him. 2 kills himself, Nashor's Tooth now completed. Like, this Azir is also going to hurt, so you still have to be a little careful as G2, especially as Caps has been repeatedly the focus of this camp. So you still need as G2 to keep your mid laner safe. Otherwise, this Azir can be in a very similar position, especially as we look towards Dragon that's about to spawn. You can see KC starting to move on towards this mid lane. They want to get pushed and start to drift down in towards that Dragon. Look for some of these opportunities.
No, that was a long time ago. Remember back to the first game of the split, it was Vladdy on the Victor that really carried Carmine Court against G2 in that matchup. Now he's in a very strong position on this Azir, as you say, 773 gold lead, now extending over 800. Second Dragon on the Rift. G2 are looking for it. The grubs were taken earlier by Carmine Court, so these will respawn in about 2 minutes' time. G2 obviously will have pushed through bot. Carmine Court trying to group up around mid to get prio of their own.
And that's the big problem here. Blitz can't really get access over towards that river because he doesn't know where the Blitzcrank is. And also there's a lot of vision that's set up in that little bush on the bottom side, so they'll have full information. So KD just have to give this. They can't really compete when Kalista is so separated, even has to reset in case they look for Dragon immediately to a bot side play.
And remember earlier we talked about the consequences of delaying the death of the grubs means that G2, after securing that second Dragon, will be in a position to contest. They're going to secure this bot tower for now. KC wisely path away from it, knowing that there's not much they can do. Instead, they set their sights on Broken Blade.
All out from Kana. Broken Blade looking for the steadfast presence, gets the root, or the grounding at least on Vladdy, stopping him from his advance. It will be the feats of strength to G2 as they take that bot lane tier 1.
And G2 are going to be, well, they're going to be delighted with it, right? Like, you've now successfully won the battle between Azir versus Ezreal. Ezreal's going to be able to get this top lane, or bot lane tower. You then shift him up towards the top side. Broken Blade has already done good work on that and receiving 2 plates as well. So suddenly you're in position for all of these objectives as you need to. So at the moment, KC trying to answer on this top side, but here comes the Ezreal ult.
True Shot Rush coming out as well. Look at the CC on Kalist. He does have flash and he has the cleansing, he has a wild growth, but it's not enough to save him. Kalist a little bit overextended as Broken Blade pounces.
Uncharacteristic misplays from Kalist as G2 find another kill onto the AD carry. 0-4-0 now for the Varus as G2 continues to grow their lead.
It's G2 in playoffs. Didn't look so hot for them in the regular season, but they are coming in full swing in this playoffs. And KC, unfortunately, feeling the exact same way that Fnatic did in a lot of their series. Now in a position to continue back out onto the map. Void Grubs in just a moment's time. G2 can try and play towards that. Or even start to, again, just shift people up towards this top side and look for the turret take there as well.
And of course, you look at the bottom of your screen and you see a 2.2k, 2.3k gold lead in favor of Hans Sommer, but really, the star of this game has been Labrov. 100% KP on one of his go-to champions, a player that had a lot of question marks surrounding him upon his arrival into the roster. But here, in this best of 5 game 1, he's having a fantastic performance.
Justifiably had a lot of questions around him as well, I think. Like, he didn't have a great start to Winter, nor did G2. Targamas, on the other hand, has actually leveled up substantially from where we saw him last year, especially with him teaming up with Kalist. It's a duo we've been expecting to see for a while, ever since Kalist was announced as coming up to the LEC lineup.
And I think a huge amount of that conversation for both sides has been how do they interact with their junglers, and I think that's where Targamas has leveled up incredibly well in the mid game, working with Yike, looking for picks, looking to try and get vision control down. But in this sort of situation against the Blitzcrank, they're always going to win out in that 2v2, and it's really hindered what has been kind of a shining light for KC in their mid games, which has been this duo working together.
Slash from
Labrov. He's getting swift. He lands the hook there onto Targamas, pulls him back. The wildcard comes up as well, but Hansama already on a rampage now with the Nature's Grasp coming out. There's the knockback with the seismic shove. Yike, yeeted across the wall. He goes back in. Vladdy trying to put all the damage down he can. Is it enough? Emperor's Divide will not kill off Skewmond. G2 wipe away Carmine Core in the bot tribe.
G2 parted the seas, and KC are fighting up. Caps is on the way towards Kalist as well, but Hans, he's got some serious damage. Not quite able to get it.
Movement speed from Kalist, enough to get him to safety, but G2 are quickly snowballing. Oh, what a snipe from Hansama as he gets another kill onto Kalist, sends him back to base. Kalist may finish his first item, but Hansama is dominating here in this first game.
This has been absolutely insane, and again, it's Labrov that's setting up these plays. He's been consistently with Skewmon. Hansama able to come in over the wall here to help out, and it looks good. Like Vladdy, again, we said, is kind of that big damage dealer in KC, but numbers advantage for G2. And G2 do such a good job of playing around this Emperor's Divide. He wants Skewmon, but watches Vladdy goes in, tries to send them in, but the Hansama arcane chips away, Caps with the flash, Skewmon with the twisted advance, everything misses there.
It's also the setup from the twisted advance. You go in with it, seismic shove immediately afterwards. Like, the CZ chaining from G2 in that fight was sublime. Kalist, in the end, burns the flash to get away from the slow from Caps, and then Hansama's like, well, can you dodge this? He's hugging the turret, which makes it even harder because you can only step up, and the true shot barrage is always going to connect.
Yeah, really putting the CC into Camp Kalist this game.
Yeah, Camp Kalist, Camp Caps, it's all about CC. It's all about CC, and G2 now 4,500 gold ahead. We wondered if the series would be close, and it still could be, but what a statement this has been from G2 in game 1. Doubt them at your peril. It is the LEC, after all. Labrov here stepping forward. Yike, perhaps looking to smite away the Rift Herald, can't get there in time. On Arctic Assault back across the wall.
The problem is they've abandoned topside as well, though. I actually thought you'd just see G2 immediately shift up towards that top half, but they're basically looking to force in towards this mid lane, drag it in a minute's time, or sorry, in a couple of seconds' time. But I do think they might be able to get this turret here off the back.
I mean, they do have Rift Herald if they want to put it down. Don't really want to overextend, but look at the damage from Hansama already onto Yike, who's got Heart Steal first. Kana having to Pathmaker his way away from the hook. Is Labrov just trying to work out what his first item is going to be. He's not going for the tanky, you know, doesn't need a lock. It is really more about getting that ability haste, getting those hooks down. Yike trying to get around the jungle, but can't get anywhere close to the dragon. Labrov continues to be a thorn in the side.
Oh, I thought he was going to hook the Krug as well, just to put salt in the wound.
I think Blitzcrank Hook without AP doesn't do that much damage as Broken Blood trades into Vladdy towards the top side. It would have been salt in the wound, though, if he managed to hook it across the wall. G2 firing on all cylinders right now.
Broken Blades, he's spotted out Vladdy, and it looks like he's going for a fight.
Targamas with the wild growth across the wall. Broken Blade maybe overextending a bit now, gets the knockback. The keeper's verdict is that Vladdy lives to fight another day.
Nice bit of pole vaulting there. Able to make some distance. Vladdy choosing not to go back for the wave.
So Betty,
yes.
Pole vaulting, you go for height.
Okay.
You're not just eating yourself as, but it's not that jumping over the river like they do in Scandinavia.
Nice bit of pole vaulting because he went so high.
Yeah,
he went very high.
Height.
That was the
not distance.
But I know he went high.
Vertical. Get some height, Betty.
Goddamn medic.
You know. We haven't cast together in like 3 weeks, so I have to get all my pedantry out immediately.
I see. Yeah, there's a lot.
I'll go get a tea if you guys want to work this out.
Arakan, 20 seconds. Look at the control that G2 now have over the top side jungle. They've completely abandoned bot side. They're setting up around the enemy jungle and not allowing Yike to play. These neutrals now belong to G2. Labrov utilizing the Fog of War to create that pick potential. And we thought in a meta where team fights have been prevalent that we'd end up with another one, but no, this has not been about team fights, it's all been about the picks as the Herald gets strong.
As we see the blue wall growing on the bottom of the screen, Carmine Court trying to use it as inspiration as Kana will continue to push through bot.
But I also love how G2 are setting themselves up on the map here. They understand that essentially 2 people are needed to try and go against Hansama in that mid lane. So they're just using him as essentially your split pusher and working with everyone else. You've got enough CC and lockdown that if someone steps too far forward, you can still look for that play in the top half. But they're just like annihilating any hope KC has of holding on to these structures. And it's because of Hansama.
Right now, Casey's best bet is to keep funneling resources into Vladdy, get him to a point where he can potentially be that late game carry for the team. The front to back from Casey is still very real, but they're going to have to rely on G2 making mistakes as the gold lead continues to grow in their favor.
They also have to deal with so much poke, Benny. Like, with the Ezreal being at 3 items already, Caps as well sitting at 1.5. Like, he's not very fed this game, but he's only 300 gold behind Vladdy. It's going to be so hard for Carmine Court to actually play a front to back because their front line's going to be gone before they can even get to G2.
But I don't even think G2 have to take the fight. Like, trying to play these lanes just sucks as KC. Because if you try and go for the play on top side, okay, cool, Labrov speeds himself up and looks for the pick onto Targamas like this.
Targamas has flash. There's a Weaver's Wall coming out, and with the Twisted Advance landing, I don't think Targamas is going to have a chance to flash.
And that's, as I was saying, KC try to make the play on top side, G2 immediately go for the straggler that's trying to make their way to the top side. If you try and go onto the mid lane, well, you always have the Talia that can ult in towards the mid lane. Like, there is no winning in this situation as KC.
This composition's ability to collapse is just so fast. With the Talia ultimate, with the CC that they have combined with the Blitzcrank and the Maokai, KC now looking for an angle into the Atakan.
And Yike steal it. He's done that quite a few times. Skewmon Mikhail's immediately by Labrov. Yike trying to get in here, but Broken Blade's going to keep him at bay. The Otacon secured, and now the fight's life on G2. Chain of Corruption hits Caps down towards the bottom side. Yike's still tanky, but he's knocked back into the middle of G2 once again. The all-out coming out from Kana. He's knocked back as well by Broken Blade. And Carmine Court dive in, but no way of getting out. TP behind as Broken Blade's looking for the flank, and Labrov's looking to send Vladdy 6 feet under. BB now on the flank. Kalist has the flash. Targamas has one of his own as well, but isn't going to get the chance to use it. BB's still chasing. Kalist only has cleanse, so cleanse the slow, but knocked into the wall. Has nothing left, and he can't even kill a Broken Blade.
It's a 22-minute ace for G2. A statement is being made in Game 1 that KC, if you want a title in the LEC, this is what you have to go through. Firing on all cylinders, G2 have a 10k gold lead.
It feels like it's G2's tournament and we're all just living in a G2 setup. They get the Otacon and Yike is doing everything he can to try and get into it, but there's nothing he can do. And even here, like, Targamas isn't in this position, so now you're just forced to take the 4v5, and they try desperately to get on towards Caps. They can't do anything. Labrov is the next target, still can't get the kill, because look at the Kalist completely out of mana, not able to get into a position to really fight, and it's just doomed.
The hardest part for that fight for Kalist was every time he tried to step up, Labrov just walked towards him. Like, he didn't even, he literally just walked towards him and he said, I dare you to try, and he was willing to play that, and so it made it so hard for Kalist to even approach, and he's already so far behind, and here comes the wall.
Labrov looking for the hook, lands it onto Kana, but Kana had the pathmaker to get out. Targamas pops the heal, still takes half his HP from Hansama. 6 shot just wide at the end there. There is a Drake up for G2 if they want to fight for it. Right now, they thought they caught Carmine Court out of position, and they had, but they weren't able to catch anything more than just the heal out from Targamas.
And they'll just fall back over towards that dragon. Still going to look for the 2-man push in the top half as well, just to ensure that all their waves are in the correct positions, but... yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to do in this sort of position.
I mean, you start thinking about Game 2.
Yeah.
That's what you do. You start thinking about, hey, it's a best of 5. There's still plenty of opportunities to turn this around. We're in our first fearless best of 5 in the LEC as well, so a lot of these champions are gone from the series, which means this is going to be a very interesting dynamic because it's now about adaptation, your ability to showcase your prep. And sure, things have fallen short, but a lot of that is because of how things happen in the bot side of the map. This Blitzcrank was so instrumental for G2's early game. Labrov consistently finding picks across the board, working with Skewmon to catch people out and shut Kalist down, has really just mitigated Casey's ability to really set up for any objectives. And the one team fight we did see around the top side, I mean, at that point, it was too little, too late.
And I do think it makes it interesting for things like the Renata as this series goes on, because Blitzcrank has kind of been one of the big answers to it, still alongside Nautilus and stuff, but it means that these kind of Enchanter supports have less things to worry about as this series goes on, and will probably start to rise up a little bit in priority.
Kalista and Renata really high prior from now on. Obviously, Kalista's already up there. Yike, the face check straight into Hans Summer. The rest of KC were on their way as well. Kalista now resetting. Wonder if he's got his second item complete. He's about 1.5 behind Hans Summer, who has a 5.5 thousand gold lead in just the AD carry position. G2 setting up around the Baron right now, trying to deny Carmine Core as much vision as possible, and they have done that relatively fruitfully. Carmine Core no vision at all towards the pit.
Kalist went back for Winsus though, so again we're in this 4 versus 5 situation, which is why G2 started up the Baron. And Labrov just looking for this play over the wall.
Yank going forward, Pathmaker in, Broken Blade immediately dives onto Kana, who goes all out. The Baron now taken by G2, Kana at half HP, the hook lands on Targamas and immediately he's rooted up. The wild growth is a wild, no Paziples. Vladdy dives in with the Emperor's Divide, but he only finds a tree, and now he's the one going timber. Yike and Kalist, the last two standing. Labrov's having none of it. Hans Summer with another Yike trying to walk away wounded from his former teammates, but he's locked up by Skewmon, and he'll fall. It's a triple for Hans Summer. 11-0-6 as G2 walk down mid.
G2 righting the wrongs of the regular season in this first game. They cut down Yike as their last member, and now they will march towards the Nexus.
An impressive performance in game one as G2 stamped their authority in this best of 5.
It's a demolition, lads. G2, 27 minutes, 14,000 gold lead, 20 kills to 3. And it seems like Carmine Core haven't really woken up yet. Let's see if they can awake from their slumber for game 2.
Still a long series ahead of us, but what a performance. Hans Summer continues his winning ways on this Ezreal. And massive credit to Labrov. This Blitzcrank pick was huge for G2.
The Blitzcrank was sick. The performance was amazing. The setup alongside Skewmon was perfect. Now they just have to see if they can replicate it in game 2.
Now we'll see how things change as we'll be right back right after this.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
out from Skewmon, but look at the damage already onto Lebrov. Kalist with the cleanse away almost got Lebrov. In the end, it's Targamas that falls. Kalist was a gnat's whisker away from killing Lebrov.
Has flash. I can ult on his as well, look. Yeah. Look at snap. Okay, slowly. Did you know flash also or not? Yeah, I can take. Minor flash, yeah. I'm fine. I have flash. Guys, we have mesh piece. Slowly. I have E1. No flash. Nice, guys, huge. I can also verse, by the way. Yeah, has flash, no cleanse.
And welcome back to the desk after the first game of this fearless best of 5 between KC and G2. And so far, pretty one-sided victory on the side of G2, who come yet again with a banger preparation against KC. LeBron James is back, guys.
LeBron James is back. Very standard drafts, honestly, coming out of game 1. We saw the Blitzcrank, obviously, that had a huge impact. And Asama once again getting the Ezreal really early in the series and showing why that's such a power pick in the world right now.
I feel like it still wasn't really that much of a standard draft. I feel like G2 really opted for something a little bit unconventional, at least.
Yeah, you didn't like it at first. I'm going to put you on the spot here.
I was okay. To be honest, I was very skeptical walking into this draft because I was like, it goes away from the typical G2 win conditions where they have a lot of engage, and I feel like right now their only win condition was the Blitzcrank, you know, the Maokai Blitzcrank combination, but I feel like they played it off well. I just didn't really expect it to work so well, given the caliber of the opponent that they're playing today.
I mean, anything will kind of work. When you have like such a strong Ezreal in the early game, then it makes it really easy to you have that damage always, and Labrov is being so clutch on these hooks. I feel like this first 2v2 can really set the snowball going for the G2 squad.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a weird thing with Blitzcrank. It's not so much the kit, it's not so much the hook, it's the mental effect that it has on the opponents, because I really feel like, Odo, that KC kind of lost their mind disrespecting the impact that this Blitzcrank could have.
Well, the problem was that they just lost early lane or early game very, very hard, especially in the bot lane, and it felt like once you lose track a little bit of the Blitzcrank, you get this mental stress that you feel like the Blitzcrank is in every single brush on the map, and you think that he's just everywhere.
Yeah, when the map is dark and
and full of terror.
The night is dark and full of terror, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that is just like, I feel like Blitzcrank went behind, it's just so useless, but when he gets this early lead, it just becomes so annoying, and I feel like it was really hard for KC to get a foot in the entire game.
And that's the thing, because grabbing an early lead is easy, let's say, in this kind of situation, but you have to hold on to that lead. So I'm interested in the work that G2 has been doing macro-wise and on the map to actually keep them in the dark.
Well, this team comp is do or die by the Blitzcrank and staying ahead in tempo, and I feel like if you can bring up the replay right now, what Labrov and G2 does is extremely well, because right now, Blitzcrank is off on the map by himself, getting full bot side control, and right now he's the first on the map to base. He's gonna be looking to base ahead of G2, and once they solidify this control, what's he gonna do? He's gonna run into top side, and this is the power of Blitzcrank. You need to be in positions first, because the enemy needs to phase check into you.
Yeah, so when KC thinks he's sitting in bot side and not putting that vision there, he's already in their top side, clearing their new vision here. Here they see him, they're defending bot side, and he's already here.
And even though they don't really get a lot of impact from this play, they only get vision and they try to get an attempt at sieging the tier 2 top tower, the fact that K-Corp doesn't really get a foothold in this game and they're constantly being forced to react to where the Blitzcrank is just takes away valuable time and win conditions from the side of K-Corp.
Very one-sided gold graph that we see here. I'm really happy to see this again. Jungle support duo working so well for G2. We know that it was a huge bet for them, and they're starting to ramp up here in this playoffs. I'm just wondering what is going to be KC's answer here, because as we said, first game was a bit conventional in terms of draft. We have KC on blue side now. It's fearless. I know, we love it. What are they going to come up with?
I wanted to set up Kalist more for success. I feel like this game he was kind of left alone. The Lulu was roaming mid a lot just to help, and a lot of the early resources went into this Azir, which he couldn't really translate much into the rest of the map. And I feel like Kalist just, when he was alone there, the map was very dark, he couldn't phase check, and he just kept getting caught. I need to see him more on comfort, more champions that he knows he will perform at.
Ezreal, Varus are out. I see a Kalista angle here.
Well, it might be getting banned. I don't really feel like the draft was the issue, or the fact that Kalist wasn't really empowered, because this was probably Kalist's worst game ever since he got into LEC, but I'm still not concerned. I feel like it was a team-wide mistake in that sense, where I feel like K-Corp just didn't really wake up and realize that they need to really secure this bot lane push against something as unconventional as the Blitzcrank. But moving forward, I'm not really looking for any sort of adaptations from K-Corp in that sense, because I feel like their draft was solid, but I just feel like they're not really tackling this early game, or they're playing to the win condition as well.
Yeah, I mean, any game is going to look hard when you get 2v2 kill bot level 3. Like, that's just the reality of the game, how strong snowballing is in the game right now. And I think if K-Corp comes into the mid game with a more even game, we're going to see what they're actually good at.
Yeah, if they can actually play League of Legends this time, we'll see right after the break. So far, G2 opens up the score. We'll see if KC can come back right after this.
And we're back for more League of Legends, hopefully closer League of Legends than in Game 1, because G2 came out swinging in the first game of this series.
Yeah, it's important to remember that the winner of this series goes straight to the LEC Grand Finals, which is starting next week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, so they go to Sunday.
Yes, they go straight to Sunday. Meanwhile, the loser will go to face the winner of Koi and Fnatic. So we've got three best of fives left, plus today. So there's a lot on the line for both these teams. Of course, there's only one spot at first stand, the additional international tournament that we have. We've already seen some teams locked in around the world.
already going.
Already going. Well, I was not going to say that to avoid spoilers.
Look, it's several days at this stage.
Okay, TL literally happened yesterday.
24
well, I didn't say that one.
24 hours, it's fine. And come on, we all knew 100 Thieves weren't going to win.
Okay, I didn't say that. But yes, ahead of us right now, both of these teams are fighting for a spot in the LEC Winter Split Grand Finals. And right now, G2 have come out the gates swinging. But this is where things start to get interesting for us, because of course we've seen the best of 3 Fearless, but now with the best of 5, you're going to have to dig deeper into the pool. And so far in Game 1, it was very traditional in terms of draft. Very front to back, nothing too crazy. And we were talking about prior to this second game, how the Poppy now being gone makes a lot of other champions a lot more valuable.
Yeah, we were saying things like the Rel suddenly become a lot more valuable because you don't have that opportunity to try and influence her whenever she tries to go in. So you're probably looking at things like the Alistair to try and answer for it. Leona starts to take higher priority. There's a lot of those supports that suddenly start to rise up. Alongside, you know, we were already saying the Renata and those kind of things still very strong, but you want that pairing of the Kalista alongside it, which we did see banned away, and I wouldn't surprise see banned away coming into this game 2 again.
Let's also not forget Vi and Ambessa banned away in Game 1 that now have the ability to be open, and Poppy was a very effective response into those champions as well. So Poppy gained a lot of value, but now that champ is gone. Let's see how the bans change for KC. Prior, they banned away Kalista, and they also banned away the Vi themselves. Now Draven makes its way onto the
So
board.
the Draven ban to me says they really want to go for the Kalista first pick. Ashe was kind of the answer to her. Now with the changes, less so to Kalista, but Draven's still like the premier AD carry into Kalista, but
Yeah,
it's going to be banned away.
Immediately, if you're G2, I think it makes the most sense. We have lost 2 of our 3 most played junglers. We've lost our 2nd most played top laner so far. A couple of the most played AD carries as well. So we are already starting to move into the less seen portions of League of Legends, or at least of LEC League of Legends. There's the Zyra banned away from Skumond, his most comfortable champion, it seems, alongside the Pantheon in winter 2024.
So I'd imagine it'd have to be the Vi ban then to try and force us into a bit of a deeper territory when it comes towards the jungler picks. Because if you get the Vi here, it's very easy to open up with things like Kai'Sa and that for Kalista on that bottom side and set things up for a nice dive composition.
I was going to say, they might be willing to give over the Vi just because they are more than happy to play things like Xin and the Wukong into the Vi as a response.
Yeah.
But KC, what is their first pick going to be? They've got a lot of hovers, and it looks like they are just going to stick with the Vi. We talked about with the Poppy already gone now, then that was a typically good answer that you won't have available to you. Will they look for something like an AD carry matchup alongside the Wukong? Again, the Xin also just very powerful early game junglers that can match and skirmish against the Vi.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to get something like a Kai'Sa for Kalista. Like this Vi Kai'Sa pairing has been incredibly strong. So I'm curious exactly what you want to try and opt in towards, because my guess was if you are predicting that the Kai'Sa is going to come out, you could immediately go for something like the Caitlyn. We've seen it in LCK and LPL to a certain extent, where you kind of go, hey, we're just going to go for this heavy push, and there's very little that you can really do to stop us when you've already opted into this short-range AD carry. But we'll have to see if that is going to be the game plan for G2. As right now, it just looks like Aurora plus probably the jungler that you were talking about, Benny.
Oh, they're going to lock the Rel in for themselves.
I mean, LeBron has such a good game on the Blitzcrank. Give him something he's really comfortable on again. You know the Poppy's not available. Carmine Core could look for something like the Alistar if they want a direct counter to it. They can also go, you know, towards things like the Rakan or the Leona if they just want a little bit more engaged for their team. Rakan works really well with Vi because she's already CCing someone for you. Pyke is the current hover, but I think something more comfortable like the Victor for Vladdy makes more sense.
Yeah, I mean, Vladdy's already had several good games on it, and it's also the fact that Azir is kind of the one champion that can match his range, the Q range in lane, so it makes things way easier then for Vladdy to be a bit more of a bully on the Victor. And there we go, that Alistar answer into the Rel, just to try and keep at least Lebrov a little bit more honest.
Yeah, Victor hasn't lost on the, Vladdy hasn't lost on Victor yet this year, 4-0 on that pick, so very comfortable for him. G2 now likely looking towards their jungle, otherwise it's really going to get pinched going into that second phase. You already have good engage, you can just look for a tank, you could look for something like the Wukong or the Xin, or you could try and get rid of some AD carries going into the second phase and accept that you're going to be pinched a little bit in the jungle pool.
It's a little weird for me though, because usually when I see the Kai'Sa, I want something like the Nautilus to come alongside it, so that then I'm able to go for that point-and-click CC. Kai'Sa's able to ult and follow up, and we've got these easy fights to try and work with. But Kai'Sa hasn't really been the back-to-front AD carry that you would consider. But that's basically what it feels like to me G2 are going to be trying to play within this sort of situation. Sure, you'll have some mobility where the Aurora ends up accessing the backline, you can try and play through it, but it still doesn't feel like the traditional one. So I am curious what Skewmond is cooking to try and answer for that essentially like backline dive that we traditionally see Kai'Sa.
I really think the Wukong is the prime suspect for me. With the Xin already taken away, I'd be surprised if they didn't ban the Wukong, like Panth, Xin, Wukong. I'm trying to think of other junglers that you could maybe be afraid of. But I mean, like, you're really getting deep now. You're kind of moving into the kind of
Zax
mid to lower priority jungle engages. Some of the other strong AD carries are going to be taken around the side of G2. Corki and Xayah both make a lot of sense.
Also means we'll see something for Kalista that he hasn't played this year. He's played Varus, he's played Ezreal, Kalista, Draven, and Kai'Sa. And they're all gone, obviously, because we had the Varus and the Ezreal in game one. The Corki and the Xayah banned away, and there's the Wukong as well, alongside that Xin. So we are falling into kind of secondary tier for G2 in the jungle if they want that engage. They could look for engage top as well. With Alistar already locked in, you could go for something like an Ornn for your long-range engage.
You could also go for something like the Lee Sin for Skewmon in the jungle. Like, it beats the Vi early in the kind of levels 1 to 4.
I was just about to say Jarvan.
Okay, yeah. Jarvan works as well, yeah. Because again, it's just that you want something that can threaten that backline, and J4 does exactly that. Opens up Kai'Sa to go for it. Nocturne. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, kind of frustrated that I forgot about Nocturne.
Yeah, I mean, you don't play him anymore, let's be honest. You're in a Kali one trick now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great dive champion. I think that already G2 have very strong AoE team fighting tools. KC right now have a decent amount of pick potential. I'd love to see something like a Twitch.
So this was something that Targamas and Kalista actually played a lot of in EMEA Masters. More so with things like the Senna alongside it, but definitely something to think Kalista wheelhouse. We're just going to go for the Zeri. The other question for me is, are we definitely sure this Aurora is going mid? Because there is always the opportunity to flex that top, right? And you can still go for the Orianna in the mid lane as well. And I think that could also be something here where you still get that combo, which is why I was a little bit nervous about Gliss over things like the Twitch. I think KC spotted it as well, that you could always have that execution threshold that you're just going to have to try and match on that Nocturne Orianna combo.
If you have a low mobility AD carry, it's so easy for Nocturne Orianna to catch you out right there. He has a little bit because she can just surf over the walls, a little bit of mobility at least. And you have the disengage possibility of an Alistair being there as well if you get through the spell shield immediately on the Nocturne. We'll see if the Aurora goes to the mid or to the top. I mean, Galio can also go top lane.
I mean, I think the Galio pick is just so perfect here. Not only is it just... It's a very common answer into the Rumble that we've seen around the world.
BB,
yes.
It's MSI last year, but he brought it out.
I thought he even brought it out domestically.
It may have been domestically as well.
But we both remember BB playing this matchup specifically, and it pairs up beautifully alongside just the dive that G2 have drafted for themselves. KC, I feel like their draft, I mean, you can see the components that kind of make it relatively safe. When the Vi wants to go into the backline, you have the Rumble ultimate to follow. There's strong AoE elements on the side of KC. I do just worry about, are they a little too much on the scaling side? Do they have much option or agency in terms of the early game and their ability to kind of build advantages within like the 1 to 6 range?
Yeah, my other biggest worry is we got Kalist bullied last game. I feel like Vladdy might be the next one on the target list because you're in a mobile Victor where you've got this potential dive of Nocturne into the Galio, into the immediate follow from the rest of the team. So I definitely think these a mobile carry is going to feel the brunt of the pressure in this game. So again, I agree with Benny. I think KC kind of need to find a good start in this game so they can look to snowball. Otherwise, I think G2 kind of get to run the map with this semi-global plays that they have.
It's been an issue for many years in the LEC. How do you deal with G2 running the map in the mid-game, right? Especially after last year where they really spent a lot of time working on their mid-game. Karmakor fell foul of both the early and the mid-game in Game 1, but here they have the chance to strike back and give us a series on our hands. It's not been the easiest route across the last couple of years for Karmakor, but this year has definitely been an acceleration of their skill, of their level. And I'm waiting for the runes to come up. Oh no, the QR code thing's gonna come up first. I expected the runes, guys! You can join the LEC on WhatsApp. There's updates, there's news, and opportunities to join a special fan vote celebrating the best winter split moments. It's a bit of a fight on screen. Caps is going to be able to get away. Be sure to scan the QR code on the screen or search for LEC under updates. Just click on it. Scumon's caught out as well, but he should be fine. He'll be able to walk away.
So while you're scanning...
There, the runes!
While you're scanning, while you're looking at the runes, just to recap, what I really wanted to see coming into this game was KC fighting G2's level 1. They do this all the time. The delayed invade into the Raptors to gain some control and a bit of an early advantage in the jungle matchup. This time around, KC was ready for it. They wanted to try and push them back. They got a bit of chip damage down. They were able to get their own ward on the enemy Raptors, and they'll be able to better track Scumon. So this time around, Yike has full control over his side of the jungle, and KC gonna push G2 back from finding those early advantages.
It does mean we'll also just get kind of standard lanes now across the board, so nothing too funky. I think for Broken Blade, you definitely want this matchup because it's so strong. The fact that you're able to get this magic shield, able to push in against the Rumble, and then again, having that access once you get to level 6 makes your team fighting impeccable as well. So pressure on KC to try and find some success, but you're waiting to, well, for Yike, I think you can try and punish before Scumon hits that level 6, try and get into the lanes, because you know Scumon is just going to be eating every one of his camp to try and get that ultimate available as soon as possible.
We saw LeBron there sitting in the dismounted form for a little while. I quite like doing that on Rel, especially if you think you can get the 2 first, because it's so much easier to land the flip back into the stun. But because he wasn't quite sure, he then remounted to get back, so he has the shield if the Alistair goes in on him.
Yeah, also because you get that increased auto attack range, it makes it very easy to just continue to harass Targamas, where you can poke him down outside of the potential of a pulverize or even him being able to trade back. So nicely done, LeBron. And now it's just a case of, well, with the level 2 hit, where's Scumon off to?
Krugs. Is it a disco at Krugs? He might even just look for the
sealer
smite here. He's going to sneak his way around. He'll be there in time. Yike lands a good smite. Scumon hit. Looking for the chase onto his enemy jungler. It's just going to force him out. Does have the fear. There's a blast cone there. Yike will get to it. He escapes. He can come round to the Krugs now. His bot lane is just catching the wave, but they can move first. So Skumon decides to give up the ghost on that, knowing that he would be outnumbered, at least in the short term.
Which is actually great for Yike, because Skumon then invested time to try and come across here. You can see he still has 3 of his camps up, whereas Yike has made his way through. So should be able to take this, reset, go in, pick up the camp that he left on his top side, and then move in towards the Scuttle Crab without much of a contest. So I think you're actually relatively happy as Yike that this happened.
Yeah, I like the adaptation that I feel he made after seeing that. Well, I mean, the ward that you can see on the Raptors, I feel was the indication that he was like, okay, I've got to shift my pathing, got to move quickly down to the bot side, and I think you're completely right, Dagda, that he's been able to stave off this early planning from G2 to great effectiveness. Meanwhile, in the mid lane matchup, you can see that Caps looking for those early trades. I think that with the changes to Electrocute that happened on the most recent patch, we are of course playing on 25.3, you just have a lot more upfront damage, and I think it works beautifully with this Aurora, and Caps is really trying to leverage that, but Vladdy leveraging his range to trade back and actually has a bit of an edge in the matchup, forcing Caps to TP first. Yeah,
honestly, I'm just disappointed Targamas didn't go for it and, you know, hopped in towards that Hextech photo bait the world champion Beryl did, but unfortunately, it'll only be Caps who's opted in towards Electrocute this game.
Unfortunate. I'd love to see a full AP Alistar. Remember the good old days where he could sheen prop people mid-air and he was top lane for that?
I don't think those are the good old days.
Hey, as a support main, I could play top for like a match, man. It was great. Kana getting forced back here by Broken Blade, but see the damage from the Flame Spitter as Kana gets overheated. Broken Blade, obviously, in this matchup will have that magic shield, which makes it a little bit harder for Kana to win the extended trades, but for the moment, doing a good job. About even on CS.
It's also because when Galio was reworked a little bit, so much of his power went into his auto attack that the base damage is just absolutely insane. So trying to take these trades whenever the shield is up, it doesn't even matter if you have a huge amount of mana. You can just as punch in, immediately get the hit and walk back out and do a massive chunk of the health bar. So Broken Blade perfectly fine here. About to tick over to 6 as well, and which should be available then for a potential grump fight if it happens. Skumon won't be as quick to the level 6 as he would like though because of that initial invade, as KC trying to put pressure on towards Caps, but LeBrov reading it well.
Neutral objectives, both on the map. Well, Cloud Drake up, but normally we'd see that rotation of the bot lane towards top if they want to contest those grubs, but both seem to be set in their ways for the time being. Kana taking a decent amount of damage on the top side as he ticks over to level 6. He's going to invest this ulti early. I think it's risky. It really does hurt your ability to contest things like the grubs if you're interested in them.
My brother was looking for Targamas for a couple of moments there. Skumon's only just ticked over to level 5, so it doesn't have the ability to just jump in with the paranoia, but you can see both these supports really working on tracking each other. Shattering Strike out from LeBrov. He's going to need to jump this wall. Will still get the shield, and I think it's about half his health. A little bit overextended as Targamas and Yike were able to move together towards that fight.
Still though, LeBrov should be able to follow up reasonably well. He still has the pot that he can tick and to make his health bar nice and chunky again. And you still got the shield that you can get off of the crash down, so an opportunity if they want to try and go for the contest here, but it looks like for G2 they're happy to just catch the wave and give Skumon a bit of a chance to get more of these camps and potentially hit that level 6 before they go for the Void Group contest, but none of his camps are up, so maybe a late contest.
I mean, it's only down to 3,000 HP right now. LeBrov and Hans Sommer get the wave in bot lane. At the moment, Vladdy is the first to move from mid. Caps can start to move across. Go between worlds on the back of this fight. G2 kind of watching the Drake go down in their faces right now at 1,000 HP. Engage from Targamas. Caps forced away by Vladdy. LeBrov looking to get the engage, and Skumon going on to Yike immediately, and the smite goes down, and Skumon gets the first kill. Targamas falls for the second. G2 collapse perfectly to find the first 2 kills in the neutral.
Skumon just gets everything there. Walks up as Targamas committed his engage onto the other side of the fight. Kalist looking for a pick, won't be able to find it. 2 kills secured for G2, the first dragon of the game, and what felt like great control, great setup from KC. They end up fumbling in the execution.
And the problem for KC now is we've already seen Targamas has started to pass down towards bot lane to make sure that there wasn't a possible dive onto Kalist. Skumon can take his Razor Beaks and get 6, whereas Yike is still going to be level 5. LeBrov has first move to the grubs, so the next neutral is going to be even harder to fight.
And this is where you can see as Caps came in, Vladdy rotated up to try and push him out. Stone gets in on towards Targamas, but they've called in onto LeBrov. Now Yike is overextended, Skumon just immediately runs down, and it's a good engage from LeBrov onto Targamas. Again, this cow is only level 3. hadn't got that level up because he'd spent so much time chasing the Brav around, so just not getting as much value out of it. And it's the Scuttlecraft now that ticks Skewmon over to 6, and there's just no contest from KC once more.
I mean, the truth is that Victor and Zeri really don't have a lot of damage early.
Yep.
But I don't actually think that was the biggest consequence. The biggest consequence is the fact that Yike flashed thinking he would get out of range of the Fear Tether, but he didn't. And so then he's getting hit by the Dragon, by the Nocturne, and yeah, it's just it's an awkward situation to turn around. So ends up being a big win for G2 in themselves out of. Again, the scaling elements that KC have could definitely prove valuable later on into the game. But for now, it's G2 that have that control.
And G2 have had the control in the head versus head across the years as well. 5-1. This is only including Riot official games, not including the Red Bull League of their own. But for Carmine Core, it's been a bit of a struggle. The one game they have won between the two teams was at the start of this year, and I think a lot of people looked at it as perhaps the sign of a new era in the Carmine Core G2 rivalry, which is only excited rightly about Carmine Core generally at the moment.
100%. I mean, and about the league, especially given that G2 felt like that they were slumping, they had new members that they need to figure out how they fit into the system. Seems like it didn't take them very long. And speaking of, LeBron made his way mid.
Vladdy does have the flash, dodges the Shadowing Strike, but still hit with the crash down. Won't have to burn his summoner for this. Trading back onto Caps. Gravity Field will get the stun here. Yike coming in with a cease and desist. And Caps was greedy with his path thing. Vladdy and Yike punish him.
I mean, Vladdy is just clean with it. Beautiful movement. He bought more than enough time for the KC support crew to come in and set it for a kill. He doesn't end up getting it. They hand that over to Yike. But ultimately, KC get themselves on the board.
And I think there's been so much talk about Kalist. Vladdy kind of gets overlooked at times, and this guy has been spectacular. I know a lot of people started to see his worth at the end of last year, but now in this year, he has really stepped up to Caps, despite the game 1 not going their way.
Oh, especially on the Victor as well. He's died 5 times over 4 games. Averages, I'm going to do some very quick maths, like 7 kills per game as well. He's been on absolute form, hasn't lost on the pick this year. Caps getting punished in the mid lane for a little bit of greedy pathing as well, back into that gravity well, still getting rooted up by it. Skewmon does have the Experimental Hex Plate now, can look for that paranoia. So far, his focus has been mostly about getting to that level 6 and then playing around those neutral objectives.
Oh, might be looking mid though.
Vladdy still has flash here. They're just going to burn it out of him. The fear comes down. Skewmon backs away before that proc tethers.
And it's not the end of the world to burn that a minute before the next Dragon fight, right? Because again, we kind of highlighted at the start, the target for G2 is going to be Vladdy. Without Flash, he is way more vulnerable to Skewmon and Broken Blades combo, having Caps been able to jump in off that back line. So I think that's a lot of where that next focus will be for G2, and it may be on KC to just go, no, we're not looking at Dragon. We're instead going to just try and match Void Grubs, make a play towards that top tower instead, and trying to avoid these fights where we're still looking to scale into this game.
Yeah, very much agree. We'll see what direction KC end up choosing. And they're going to have to choose fast. We look at the minimap, we can see Alistar making his way towards the mid lane. Vladdy going to path towards bot, and it looks like Kalist is going to be heading towards mid. So at the very least, they've set their sights on getting mid lane control. The fact that Hansam is moving to bot means that G2 will have an access into the river through their bot lane 2 versus 2. Labrov quickly out on the map. We've heard the Alistar talking about how he likes to back early so that he can quickly get his way out already.
Look away, Yikes. Hans has just pushed this out without any vision at all. He thought he was safe because Labrov saw Targamas, but Hans is in for a world of hurt right now. The collapse can come out. Hansam just on the edge of the Vault Breaker there. That could have been disastrous for G2. Carmine Core collapse. Well, Caps put some damage back into Kalista. TP coming out from Karna as well as he's going to join the fight. Caps now on the wrong side of the rift. Does have the flash, can jump across wall as well. Paranoia out from Skewmon. And now in the middle of the pit, Skewmon dives in onto Yike, who tries to dive onto Hans Summer. The killer instinct, the barrier. The equalizer's enough. Yike gets the kill. Caps, though, starting to collapse with the rest of G2. Yike will fall. Targamas goes low. The ignite ticking on him. The stun landing from Vladdy as LeBron falls as well. Come on, Core. Find 2. And should be able to get the Dragon off this as well.
It was a bit of a scramble, but KC are able to come out on top. Yike immediately getting that lock, but they kind of follow. Oh, no.
Oh, it's a disaster for everyone. The taunt goes out onto Targamas in the end. The winds of war will kill him. Okay. Okie dokie.
It happens. It happens. It happens to the best of us. Ultimately, Broken Blade still got the kill. And what was largely a one-team fight for KC, they'll have to back off. They'll concede the Dragon. Let's look back at this scrap.
Yeah, it's a bit all over the joint because you can see Caps is eyeing up Kalist. Kalist runs away from Vision to make sure that he's going to be out of position, but that's where Skewmon immediately jumps in onto the two members of KC that are there. But it's a good follow-up from Kana with that ultimate to get pick. Now everyone at G2 tries to turn on towards Yike and Targamas, but Kalist, fair play to him here, goes over half HP, knowing that there's very little that actually threaten him on the backside of this fight, and they're able to get that fight, but unfortunately then Targamas picked off at the end of it.
I really just love that target focus from Yike. Very decisive, very quick, and the great thing about it is Labrov, who was zoning off the three members of KC, he then tried to help his AD carry, which then just gave them easy access into the fight. So ultimately, great execution. Vladdy, remember, no flash on him.
Kana's on his way, though. Doesn't have the equalizer, but Vladdy immediately turns it onto Skewmon. He has to flash away, and with the Electro Harpoons hitting his back, Vladdy has been on absolute fire so far this game. 0-0-3 on the scoreline, but his gravity fields have been locking G2 in place.
I mean, I feel like Vladdy sees into the Arcane with how he's navigating his way out of these ganks. He gets the support from Kana, he's able to find the outplay, and he remains deathless in this game too.
Yeah, he's been having an absolutely exceptional game, and again, KC have been benefiting massively off it. In a position now where they can actually set him up on a side lane, keep the pressure there. Kana, though,
doesn't have flash, and Labrov's on his way across. There's the taunt. Labrov's still chasing forward. Kana has the movement speed from the scrap shield, but the flash shattering strike, equalizer coming out as well. Magnastorm to pull Kana back. Do they have the damage? They're tanky enough, but Kana tries to burn them.
No way!
Broken Blade! Oh my god, that was as close as can be. G2 limp away with the kill.
Broken Blade had to go through 2 full rotations, and he had to tank like 4 tower shots, but just barely. They had enough damage between the two of them. G2 find themselves another pick onto Kana, but in terms of the map state, I don't know if it really changes much. The Herald's going to be spawning in a minute's time. I'll quickly check if Broken Blade's ulti will be up in time. I don't think it will be.
But that's the thing, right? Because they end up investing all that on bot side, I actually think it hurts G2. I think they wanted a quick kill into tower take, so then they had that numbers advantage on the map, but because they don't get it, well, now you've invested a huge amount for this play, but you won't have it for a potential play on the top side. And look, Kana survives for so long here, ends up getting the scrap shield, doesn't actually end up blowing through to overheat, so he can consistently get access to that scrap shield when he needs it, and then it's the slow just at the end there, and a good tank from Labrov and Broken Blade end up having it work, but it's this next fight I'm now worried about for G2.
I mean, in the end, the damage they had there was Hollow Radiance on Broken Blade, which isn't the most powerful at bursting down a target. Meanwhile, we're going to see the Paranoia coming out, and that's a lot more powerful at killing someone off. Kana dies in the side lane. Skewmon there at the right time as Kana was stepping forward. The Rift Herald is available in 5 seconds. I doubt G2 will want to fight around it. It looks like they're trying to target the first turret instead.
It was a good call from Kana, though. He turned on towards the wave immediately and killed it, so now that push is delayed from G2. Should be in a position where Kana can actually TP down into that bottom side and protect that turret before Broken Blade can make his way through it, whereas now KC are putting pressure on towards this top side. As you know, the Skewmon has no ultimate to try and defend, but I think it's more just an empty threat as Yike wants to take the Rift Turret.
I think from Labrov is good as he looks to cover Caps on the top side. The threat of a dive is very real, especially given that G2 was expecting the Herald to be started off by KC. Vladdy is ramping up very quickly, has the Seraphs.
Yeah, let's talk about where we are in terms of items and spikes. Kalist has about a 500 gold lead, already has that Yuntal complete. Obviously, the feats of strength going over to G2, so a small advantage for them there. But across the board, about an item apiece in every main carry role.
Pretty much a very even game state. Quite the contrast to what we had in game 1. Nice to see that KC was able to kind of slow the pace of the game down and not be thrown into the chaos that G2 is trying to enact early on. When we think about how these teams want to interact with their composition, remember G2 have a lot of die. The basic combination is Rel Ultimate and Galio Ultimate. I mean, you saw it in bot lane onto the Rumble, but just imagine doing that onto multiple members of KC. That's why burning Vladdy's flash, as Dagdo was talking about earlier, can be very valuable, because when he doesn't have any form of mobility to get out of that situation, it makes it much easier to set up that quick kill and convert it into a one-team fight.
And that's why for KC, you're happy coming up to this next Dragon fight in 30 seconds, because you have all of those flashes coming up and available. You have Vladdy, who should have TP available to get down into this bottom side as well, and it makes things a little bit more difficult for G2. You can even see KC just trying to play to at least have one access route into this river, because in a front to back, I think things are kind of okay for KC, as Broken Blade and Skewmond alone can't really kill people at this stage.
I think that KC's biggest strength of their composition is the scaling. We know how effective Zeri and Victor can be in the late game. And I mean, that Victor ultimate single kill, the Storm only continues to grow and its impact becomes unrelenting. Pings have come down.
It's a difficult fight for G2. Karmine have done a really good job of setting up vision here. You can see Caps actually TPing behind the Dragon right now. Broken Blade has that Hero's Entrance. The Paranoia is first. Caps dives in. Hero's Entrance going in as well. In going to land a knock-up. Targamas got a 4-man towards the top side. Caps has been forced away. Broken Blade in the middle of the pit, tanking everyone. Targamas is going to die. The Equalizer will clip on Summer. Broken Blade falls as well. Like trying to step forward, will land the smite. Now G2 are separated. Hans Summer's down towards the bottom side, limping through the river, through the jungle. Kalist trying to get the damage and will kill off Targamas. Now Rift Herald put down by KC.
G2 ended up trying to jump onto Kalist, and he was happy to pounce his way on out of there and continue through the fight. That combo not working for G2, and now KC gets so much off the back.
The idea is to utilize the Nocturne ultimate to allow Caps to find the flank. And so watch how this fight starts. But look at the target selection. Caps goes in, immediately gets chain CC'd by the mid-jungle duo of KC. They force him out. He doesn't even get to ulti. Now Broken Blade is isolated in the Dragon Pit, while the AD carry is diving onto the Alistair. All of the damage disappears. KC can utilize this 4-man strong unit to turn the fight around, and they force G2 out. KC get the Dragon. They get themselves 2 kills. They get good damage onto the mid tower. And I think for the first time in this series, the momentum is very much swinging in favor of KC.
Damage so good, they actually killed off that mid-tier 1. They get some damage on the tier 2 as well. Kalist getting his 2nd kill of the game, taking down Lebrov at the end of the fight. And now, as you say, Karmine very much on the front foot. Only about 1,000 gold lead for them. And you can see what G2's composition wants to do. If that Hero's Entrance from Broken Blade is a little bit later, if it's on Caps on the back line, perhaps things would have changed.
But the thing is, you are on a bit of a ticking clock with G2, because you'll get a Zhonya's Hourglass for Vladdy. Makes that combo way less of a threat for him. Kalist has a lot of that mobility built into the kit, especially around the walls at these objective fights. So I think for G2, you need these early plays to start landing, and they need to start happening very soon.
Oh, the Artican, a possible fight. Tend to see teams wait for a neutral objective to be up to fight around it. It's 3 minutes on the Drake and 4 minutes on the Baron, so I think maybe we have a little while before that big 5v5 team fight again. Targamas and Vladdy will spot out Lebrov, who's trying to get some vision of his own. Targamas just with a headbutt away. Excuse me, sir, this is my jungle. You could kindly acquiesce to leaving the premises right now, that would be great. Both of you are like, it's the lull before the storm. It's the calm moment where everyone's like, okay, game's close this time.
I mean, I was largely just thinking about what both teams want to do next, because, I mean, if you're KC, there's still outer towers that you'd love to play for. The easier one is probably on the top side of the map, but right now their vision is, and their lane assignments are better set up for the bot side. And the problem is G2's kind of getting ahead of them. You can already see, look at the side lanes. Can't afford to move up too far because he doesn't know where the Nocturne is. Playing on these side lanes is very dangerous with Skewmond's ability to quickly collapse on you. So you kind of have to stack like KC is doing right now, where they play heavily through one side, and G2's just matching, making it harder for KC to actually contest these objectives. Now, though, they push them back a little bit. That bot tower is very low and prime for the taking. KC would love to try and grab it.
And it's really hard for KC to try and play around this top side while Adacon's up, because if Skewmond turns off the lights, he also turns off Kanan's ability to teleport, which makes it really difficult for you to contest, whereas Broken Blade has the TP, he also has that ultimate, he has multiple ways to get into the fight, and you can even look at the pathing that Broken Blade is taking to that top side. He's wandering always close to that bottom side, so he has that ultimate available if he needs to. Now he shows in the top wave, he disappears into Fog of War, and you continue that threat for G2.
Yeah, unless you see Broken Blade as Karmine Core, it's really hard to pull the trigger, because you know he can always be there. Alongside that, Caps is at 2 items and 1,000 gold ahead. Like, if you're not killing this Aurora quickly, if he gets an ult off in a fight, it's donezo for a lot of this backline. They are still very squishy, even though they have been able to get ahead in some of these roles. Carmine Core now pathing back towards mid to gain the prio. You can see he was pushed out by Hans Sommer. He's been accepting the wave a little bit further, a little bit deeper, because he doesn't have a tier 1, which is why Carmine Core get a little bit more push there and then can move in the river a bit more freely.
It's also the investment of Kana in towards the mid lane, so they invested him there to clear out the wave, which meant he lost the wave on top side. The Broken Blade was pushing in, but it's whenever you see Kana on this top side of the map, I want you to keep your eyes on Broken Blade, right? Because at the moment he just disappeared in a fog of war. All he wants to do is
Caps has been knocked up. He tries to get away, but the shutdown goes out. The cease and desist into Arcane Storm combination enough, and we talk about how Caps could be a nuisance. Well, Carmine Core put him in his place. Lebrov will join him in the grave, and now Artakan is begun.
Just fantastic timing from Yike. Just as Caps face checks the brush, he is there ready to ulti him. Vladdy crucially gets those 2 kills as well, so a lot of gold just invested into his pocket. He secures the bot tower as well. The Rumble ultimate committed into mid. G2 can't trade anything back. They're trying to get the tier 2 in top, but Vladdy continues his push.
Yeah, and he's even, looks like, going to TP up to that top side to make sure that you can't get any more as Broken Blade. So massive pick for KC, and it comes off the back of Caps just overextending into that tri-brush that little bit too far.
And now they have the false life for not only the Dragon spawn, but also the Baron spawn if they want to fight around. G2, 2,000 gold in the hole. Leads for Kalist. He's almost at his 3rd item. Void Staff and Seraph's complete for Vladdy. They don't quite have that cease and desist Arcane Storm combination back up, nor the equalizer, but as soon as they do, you feel Carmine Core will be ready to pull the trigger.
Vladdy starting to walk down, so G2 trying to see if they can burst out this dragon before he arrives, but now you have to take the 5v5 as Vladdy's shown up, and that ultimate is not quite up cooldown, it's just there.
On the flank.
No cease and desist yet. 7 seconds before that one comes back up. Yike tries to dive in. Targamas dives in as well. Skewmon forced down to half HP. The flash away from Broken Blade, and Caps will force Targamas to withdraw, but Carmine Core got the prize they were looking for. Cease and desist in as Caps is locked up once again. The hero's entrance. You're diving into your demise, Broken Blade. He tries to land the taunt. On Summer putting the damage down across the fight, but now he's the one locked up by G2. He manages to take out 2 with him, but there's only false lives. Vladdy stepping forward, dodges away from the Shadowing Strike.
30-second death timer on Caps. Over 30 seconds for Hans Sommer, but the Baron is available in 10. I think KC can just make a beeline towards it, force this objective, and force with numbers advantage, and with a few members still having the false life available. I mean, this seems like the easiest play for KC, and they can just keep riding this momentum.
Feels a little risky because Vladdy's base has been stopped and he doesn't have the teleport. So you do have a position here where you can go for this, but Broken Blade is already working his way up towards it. Caps has TP in 2 seconds. If they pulled the trigger right now, maybe there's a window, but Caps is already in top lane.
Yeah, I do think that with Broken Blade having low mana and low engage, you can try and fight this.
Lebrov knocked back Targamas. Already in position, and Lebrov will fall. Well played by KC. Targamas, I think, Hex splashed across the wall to get in there.
I think it was just the threat of the Baron forcing the TP, and Caps on ward.
Yeah, Targamas finds him again with the Hex splash, and Caps is down. A moment ago, we were talking about how far ahead he was. Now he's 800 gold in the hole, and Carmine Core turn their eyes towards the Baron.
The thing about the threat of the Baron is it got the TP out from Caps. It got G2 to haphazardly approach the Baron so that they had information and vision. And because they were slightly broken apart in terms of their setup, KC found picks, and they might be looking for more.
Targamas constantly finding people here. Skewmon dodges the stun with his Shroud of Darkness. The Baron will go over to Carmine Core, though. Skewmon looking to see perhaps if he can get across to his red. Yike coming in across the wall here. And Lebrov, you only just got back to life. Take a nap, son. Targamas puts him in the dirt.
Hans Sommer's on the bottom side of the map, so KC are like, great, you try and contest any of the vision on this top side. We're going to take you down, and we're going to take your towers with you. KC are running through G2 in this game too.
KC. A single pick on the Caps, and now Hans Sommer in a lot of danger.
Hans has the killer instinct, will dodge away from the equalizer. Kana realizes he can't really trade now because of the range advantage the Kai'Sa has. The tier 2 and top lane does fall though for Carmine Core. Now a 6,000 gold lead for them 27 minutes in.
And it's been great from KC to really understand how this G2 composition plays. It is so combo reliant. We keep talking about it, but KC, by forcing the Baron, are just saying, look, you don't have the Galio ult, you don't have the Nocturne ult, you have no threat for our backline. So Vladdy and Kalist get to do what they want every time we are coming into these fights, and KC have done a phenomenal job of setting up map in a way that nullifies everything G2 are trying to do.
I mean, and it's just crazy to think how they just waited for a specific point. They needed those item break points, and really we haven't seen, I mean, I would say that it wasn't a big fight that broke open the game. It was that single pick on the Caps in the bot side of the map. After finding that double kill, they got so much off the back of it.
The bot dives in immediately onto Kalista. They're looking for the CC. He flashes the wall, though, and Skumon tries to follow him. He doesn't win that fight. Kana pops his stopwatch, buys himself a second in the middle of G2. Yike chasing Skumon down towards the bottom side. G2 retreating up towards the top, and Skumon is going to fall. Kalist will take him. The Shield of Duran with stun. The route down onto Targamas. He's going to escape, though. Broken Blade tries to get close enough, but there's no justice in the world that saves you there. G2 lose 3 again, and Carmine Corva knocking on the door.
G2 are desperate, and KC know that. They are constantly in a position to match them, and Kalist just skates away, and KC are skating over G2.
Vladdy looking to continue his winning ways with the picks. He's had fancy feats, many outplays, and now KC find themselves at the doorstep of the nexus of G2.
Arcane Storm onto Caps, just forcing him back to the fountain. The Equalizer will follow! And Caps dies! There is no place safe for G2 as Carmine Core land the punch in this best of 5.
What an answer from KC. Game 1 had a lot of fans a little apprehensive about what this game was going to bring, but they have quickly responded with a win on the board.
Great play overall from KC. They handled the aggression in the early game from G2 very well. They navigated through the team fights with great patience, and they outplayed and punished the mistakes that we saw from G2.
Great play all round from Carmine Core. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with Game 3 of this best of 5. We'll see you after this.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
engage from Targamas. Caps forced away by Vladi Lebrov. Looking to get the engage, and Skewmod going on to Yug immediately, and the smite goes down, and Skewmod gets first kill. Targamas falls for the second. G2 collapse perfectly to find the first 2 kills in the neutrals.
The players are heading top. I'm moving top. Banging. Oh, we don't kill again. Nice. I'm alive? Yeah, nice. We're playing to top, okay? Yeah, Alistair has 10 for me.
Towards the top side, Caps has been forced away. Broken Blade in the middle of the pit, tanking everyone. Targamas is going to die. The Equalize will clip Hunsummer. Broken Blade falls as well. Yike trying to step forward, will land the smite. Now G2 are separated. Hunsummer's down towards the bottom side, limping through the river, through the jungle. Kalist trying to get the damage, and will.
Hi guys, welcome to the KC coaching room. We have Apples joining us this time around 10 minutes into the second game. Let's talk about game number 1 first. The series in general, really, when it comes to staying in a positive mindset, because I was looking at the draft and everybody was laughing, everybody was smiling. It feels like the atmosphere is going really well. How do you stay in such a mindset throughout a series if the first one didn't necessarily go your way?
I mean, the week of practice was good, so we all have confidence. And even when we went into the match, Area said, you know, in the huddle, guys, just treat it like a scrim, have fun. Nice. Game 1 went too much like a scrim, so we will adjust just a bit, okay? So it's gonna be fine. But the mood is good. The guys said, look, even if we lose, make it hard for them. And I think we're gonna recover, no problem. Even when we wanted to review in the back room, the guy said, look, it happens. Let's move on. It's fine. So it's gonna be fine.
You're talking about the scrims, you're talking about the prep that went into this, and I would love to discuss the draft a little bit in terms of whether or not there has been a surprise from the side of G2, because we're looking at the way they're drafting, and it does feel like they're kind of getting their way.
Yes, I'm very sure they did, but we saw it coming. I think just in these best of 5s, and the longer people are in the LEC, everyone kind of expects what the others will do. We said they can do blitzcrank for sure, but we said it should be fine. I don't want to give too much away, but it's just a game where both teams are happy with their draft. I think this game as well. And just whoever plays better, whoever just is more on the same page.
All right. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your insight. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Everything is under control, indeed. The mood is great, as Apple said it. Hi, hello, here. Oh, I hope the jib is okay. Anyway, more okay than G2, that's for sure, because I feel like we kind of had the same pattern we had in game 1, but swapping the nameplates this time around. Absolute domination from KC, the later the game went.
Well, go ahead.
All right, shoot up laners, that's too much.
Yeah, we're always fighting, man. After the report, the house is not on fire. KC is still in it, and they're showing signs of life. And I think especially very nice to see coming back from that really rough game 1.
Yeah, especially given the fact that it really felt like a mirror of game 1, where G2 is getting this sort of draft where they're forcing you to react to them and find the correct answers to everything that they're throwing at you. But if you do find the correct answers, it really feels like G2's draft was in checkmate, and I felt like K-Corp had a great adaptation coming from game 1, where it wasn't really, again, about the draft, so it's more about how do you counteract the enemy team comp.
But starting with a bit more lane prio, maybe, helping them here, I feel like Vladi had more space, maybe, to help the rest of the team.
He had more space. I think he created for himself. I'm really impressed with Vladi this game. I think in the first gank, you saw him just holding his ground there. One thing about Caps, he loves to fake pressure you. He loves to check how confident you are. But here you see Vladimir holding his ground, looking for the ult again. A trade kill here with the Vive coming in clutch. He's not scared of Caps. He does not fear him like many other people do.
Yeah.
And the same thing here. He's one getting ganked here, but he's not holding his ground, knowing that he is strong. This is his space, and he's controlling it very well.
I like that you're on a first-name basis with him, but I do agree Vladimiros was really good. I feel like he was the reason why K-Corp was staying in this game, because I felt like, you know, it was still starting a little bit to fall apart. Nocturne was getting a lot of plays left and right, but I do feel like, given the fact that he was playing Victor and the game was held together, he was one of the main winning conditions for K-Corp, just because he can get so much prio. And then walking into mid-game, we did saw the vision dance around the bot lane, which led ultimately to K-Corp's win. It also comes off of him, you know, just being very safe. And right now we are in a position where G2 is trying to just break open the vision control that K-Corp has. They're looking for opportunities in the vision where they find the weakness so that Nocturne can punish. But Kalist and Vladi, they're playing just extremely safe here.
They're trying to squeeze, they're trying to get anything. But KC is so good at defending their vision lines, so good at never overextending. You know how scared that Nocturne can be. And finally, Caps loses his patience and goes, he wants bush back. He wants the control of this bush back. but then he actually gets punished by, oh, it's not, no, my bad.
Oh,
but he's gonna come up here, where Caps eventually feels like something needs to happen, and he walks
No.
right into his old teammate Yike and gets punished. And this just leads into the Atakan take by K-Corp, and it's just a great snowball from that point
And
onwards.
it's the last nail, sorry, on the G2 coffin. Here,
Exactly. It's just a lot of pressure because G2, they know that the longer this game goes, the more they need to do, because it does feel like you're getting outscaled. You're losing Prio, the Zeri, the Victor, the Rumble are going to become unstoppable at some point, and now you feel like it's your time to punish. But given the fact that you don't find anything for 2 minutes, for 3 minutes, that's where mistakes happen. That's where even great players like Caps will end up making small mistakes just because they feel like they need to make a play happen out of nowhere.
Okay, we got the int out on the side of Caps. It's fine. Let's reset for the next game. We have a series 1-1. What have we learned so far from both teams? In these one-sided games, I feel it's kind of hard.
K-Corp is alive. They made exactly the adaptations that I wanted them to make, where, you know, they're just a little bit more patient, they play more together, and they keep finding number advantage everywhere. I think G2 is still opting for this sort of creative approach, but now I'm looking, because the further you go into Fearless, the less options you have.
Or the more options you have when you look at those teams.
The more options you have if you're G2 here, we might be seeing still going for the spicy approach from G2, where they are looking to, you know, find these sort of flanks, or they might go for a traditional approach. But now the question is, how are they going to adapt? Is G2 able to actually play, you know, standard, where these go for these front to backs? What do you think, Finn?
Yeah, now we're back into like this kind of style where all the like top 4 champions per role is kind of out, the S-rolls that are out. So now it really comes into the creative mindset. Sure, Ambessa is still in. You can look to trade that for the Warwick if you want. We've seen Broken Blade do that before.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of options at hand, and we need to see how G2 and Casey navigate these drafts.
And that's what I want to know. I think it's hard to predict champions, but what kind of draft structure do you want to see from both teams?
I want
Play
to see
around which lane?
Draven versus Kalista,
All right.
because it's been banned both games.
That's not happening. That's not going
It's
to happen.
happening. I believe in it.
We're not going to get this sort of bloodbath in the LEC. You know how it is.
I mean, it's these two teams. We never know what can happen. Hansama, Draven, Kalista, Kalist. Let's see what happens in Game 3 of this best of 5 Fearless draft between KC and G2. We'll see you right after this.
Welcome back to more League of Legends. Carmine Corp struck back in the series, making it a 1-1 so far. Hopefully, we get to see the full joy that is 5 games of Fearless draft.
I just want the lunacy. I want the lunacy. I want to see, especially for like a team like G2 that has clearly been cooking behind the scenes. I want to see what that game 5 is, you know?
I just, you know, I'm still waiting for the team that feels that they're so out of options that they have to go back to Amumu Katarina. You know, that's my dream for Fearless.
Amumu Katarina, MF, Malphite.
Oh, yeah. The Season 1 Wombo combo.
Go, let's do it. Let's get into draft for Game 3. G2 elected blue side. I don't think, and I may be wrong on this, but I don't think a team that's had side selection for the entirety of LEC playoffs has chosen red side. I think it has always been a blue side pick. And as you can see, they're going to ban away the Ambessa. Skarner now has to be banned away by Carmine Core because they don't want to give that up. Things like the Draven, the Callista immediately jump to the forefront of our minds.
That Callista pick is definitely very powerful with the Draven ban. G2's now telling KC, well, your turn. You've got to ban Callista, and that's exactly what they will do. So, I mean, for G2 and KC, these teams have really been 2-0ing their way through the playoffs. So this is somewhat uncharted territory as we get into Game 3.
I think it's also just kind of uncharted territory for the jungles as well, because Maokai, Sejuani, the Vi, the Nocturne, like things like the Wukong, Skarner, yeah, all taken off the board. So like, do you go for a Wukong ban here and just kind of go further down that rabbit hole, or what do you try and opt in for?
I mean, that's going to be the question. What will the first pick be? I wouldn't be surprised if G2 just go for an early Xin Zhao. Yeah. Maybe even AD carries are the priority. Thinking about maybe MF for Hans Sama is something that he's shown comfort on.
Zyra has also made his way through the draft so far.
True.
See if Carmine does
Zyra, yes.
Orianna is the ban. So this is kind of saying to G2, if you're going to pick the Zyra, we have something up our sleeves to deal with it.
Yeah, I think you do have to go for the Zyra, though. The thing is, Zyra doesn't only open up just a strong jungler, it's the ability to go for an AD mid as well, which suddenly Caps can go for a Yone, try and make things a little bit more difficult for Vladdy in that mid lane. And we'll have to see exactly what they want to go for. Jace going to be the takeaway, which you assume is going towards Kana. He's played exceptionally on that Jace. Has really been a thorn in the side of a lot of people. And now do you just go in towards a huge amount of the raw range poke? But okay.
Is it the bot lane? Is it bot lane?
I wish fans at home could see what you were doing with your hips at that moment, Benny.
I mean, this is what Fearless is for, Dagda. This.
Whoa. Benny was doing an incredible dance there, but that is
okay.
sick. Yeah. And as we said, like, this has been the Callista target special from EMEA Masters. When they were on KC back then, it was like the Neela they'd bring out, but Senna was such a focal point for this that oftentimes it got banned away. So this is comfort galore for Carmine Corp in this series.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of this draft is, oh, and there's a Diana in there as well. I mean, I think back to Peanuts Diana earlier this year with his insane wombo combo that he was able to pull off. You know the potential of this. Yeah, I mean, but the play,
I know.
the highlights. I mean, yeah, it's exciting to watch, and that's the thing. You don't know where this Yasuo Senna is going just yet. So the fact that we're this deep into the pool and they can still bring out these flex picks. I love the Jax ban. I think Jax is so effective into the Yasuo at shutting that champion down. Get that one out of BB's hands and also potentially Scumon's hands, and don't let it into the game.
Well, the thing is, I think you still have to ban the Neela, because there is an opportunity, as you said, to now put the Yasuo mid, answer to whatever, if it is the Corki, whatever is mid, and then still have a secondary knock-up in the Neela, right? So I think you've got a lot of these big engages, a lot of that AoE CC, that could become a real issue for G2 if you continue on with this route.
Right now, KC's very much lacking any form of frontline. The Cho'Gath ban definitely suggests that KC's thinking about Jace top lane, something that we've seen Broken Blade use as an answer into it. So G2's likely going to be expecting that. I wonder if they'll just ban away the Jace themselves now.
You've already got rid of the Gnar. You might as well pinch that top lane pool a little bit more. I'm trying to think of where else you could go. You could look towards a mid lane ban, but instead they're going to take away the Olaf here. Carmine Court. Mid, or, I mean, the Yasuo could still be mid, as we say, so you might even want to ban out an AD carry like that Neela,
yeah,
but you can't, right?
They'll probably end up going for the Jace, and then I think Broken Blade is saying, look, I'm happy enough to just go for the Ornn blind pick if I need to in this top side. We still have good engage, we still have good follow-up, and I can just weather the storm against the Jace in this sort of situation, so I think they're fine as G2 to still go tank-orientated and play for a strong team fight instead.
Is it an Awu, is the question. Will the Warwick come through?
I feel like you want to save the Awu for Ambessa matchups, no?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, it's G2 that's been banning the Ambessa away from Kana.
I think it's just Ornn.
Ornn makes sense.
But into the wind wall.
True.
Yeah, into the wind wall, it's definitely true. Renekton instead.
I think that's fine. I think it's something that at some point will start to lose to Yasuo, but for a lot of the game, you do just bully the Yasuo out. In terms of the matchup into the Jace, it can be pretty rough early. But Renekton, very versatile, very strong team fighting, and when you look at the kind of comp that G2 has, so far, very well-rounded. They want to pair up an AD mid with an AP jungler, and we're going to get to see Caps' Yone.
Actually, the first time we've seen it this year from G2.
Worlds was the last time we saw it.
Yeah.
I want to say it was the HLE game.
It's quite possible, Vetti, but he definitely played it in the HLE game.
Yeah, because I remember the Smolder in that game as well. Now the question is, where are all these pieces going for KC? Ornn, center Ornn bot lane. It's looking to be the center Ornn bot lane.
Could be Ornn top. Jace mid, Yasuo center.
Oh, you're right, yes.
So Kalist and Targamas have played this combination together once before that I can find. It was back in 2023 in the EMEA Masters Summer versus Movistar Riders, a team with Super and Alvaro on it at the time.
Well,
they won
as well. Yeah.
And I guess the beauty of bringing the Ornn into the final pick was that they have so much flexibility in the draft in terms of where they wanted to put everything. The fact that they've decided on this means that, okay, the early laning phase in the bot lane 2v2 could be a little bit rough. I am anticipating a swap to come through from the side of KC, get themselves out of the core 2v2, get through those first few levels on the center Yasuo, and then look to match them back up. Ornn should be relatively safe in terms of the lane swap as well, given that he can play with relatively low E.
Yeah, in general, like, I think you can operate in both scenarios, right? Like, Ornn will kind of just lose gracefully against Renekton, you just play for the turret plates, and you can still play hyper-aggressive as the Yasuo into the Corki because of that wind wall. So I think either way, you're kind of swimming here as KC, and all you're doing is just waiting for those team fights, because my god, if you accidentally group wrong as G2 with Ornn, Diana to then suddenly set up a combo, this is going to be a very difficult one.
There is so much pick potential coming out from Carmine Core. If they manage to get some of that CC on top of you, you are going to be burst in a heartbeat. G2 hit taking to the stage. Carmine Core putting the Jace into Vladdy's hands over Karna's, which is a little bit of a surprise considering how good Karna has been on the champion this year. Hans Sommer has taken exhaust for himself, knowing that a lot of people are going to try and jump on him throughout this game.
The problem is you can only exhaust one. It's the main issue.
It's the Diana. You exhaust the Diana when she goes in, and you hope to survive the rest of it. Kalist running exhaust as well on the Yasuo in the bot lane.
Yeah, I think they're just going to end up playing through standard lanes, and I think the issue is if you end up going with the melee matchup in the swap, you just don't get as many auto attacks off in the turret before the wave dives. So oftentimes when you have melee matchup spot, people just try and avoid those situations and just opt in towards the bog standard lanes. But it's going to be interesting because you do have to play hyper aggressive as Kalist into this matchup to try and trade effectively with Hans Sommer, otherwise you just end up getting pushed in consistently. So you kind of need Yike to be teetering around this bottom side of the map, but you may not get that opportunity because Diana doesn't do so hot in the early stages of the game. She kind of wants to farm to level 6, so I'm curious how much pressure Human puts onto the bot lane. You can see him starting on the top side, already eyeing up moving to this bottom lane.
Labrov running the sweeper in the lane as well to try and gain control of these bushes. Has already used it, I believe, so won't have it for this ward. I was trying to harass in, but it's going to be a very difficult lane for Kalist and Targamas unless they manage to get some of that early leads. Yasuo obviously looking for that first item, really, before he starts to take off. Hans Sommer with the extra ability to reposition with the Valkyrie makes it hard for the wind wall to have as much effect as it would against a low mobility AD carry.
Like the bullying that Targamas is doing to give them access to the wave, this level 2 is going to be super important. Secured there by KC. But now you have a lot of damage available with this Corki Leona bot lane. I mean, you want to go real old school, like Corki Leona back in the day, Season 1, Season 2 was a powerhouse bot lane, and you're going to see why.
Zenith played into the Shield of Daybreak stun. You can see Last Embrace going back onto Labrov for a little bit of CC back and a little bit of damage, but Kalist's already down at half HP.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world though. You have both the Senna to heal you, you have the second wind you're probably opting in towards, plus that Doran's shield, so you're going to be completely fine. I was also trying to keep my eye on exactly what Skewman was up to. He went from Wolves into his bottom side, is now clearing back up towards the top. Was spotted just before the ward disappeared on his Raptors, so for KC, they are well aware that Skewman is moving top side, so it could be Yike just trying to put some pressure down on the spot lane to open up Kalist and Targamas to crash the wave and look for an early reset.
Look at how quickly both junglers are zooming through their clears. I mean...
Sorry, Targamas finishing pre-330 after he went Wolves into walking all the way down to his bot side is actually crazy. Zyra's clear is just insanity in the early game, and if she gets a little bit of time later on, we'll see Skewmon looking for those invades, stealing away camps. Yike is down towards the bottom side here, putting a ward on the Razor Beaks. Skewmon didn't actually ward, is instead just going to go and take this Scuttle Crab.
I think it was more for Skewmon just to say, hey, look, I have some spare time. I'm just going to sit on this mid lane and see if I can make anything happen. But you can see Vladdy hugging that bottom half of the lane because they spotted that Skewmon had retreated back to that top half of the map. But now you can see Kalist and Targamas, decent push on bot. And Targamas just going to see if he takes some chip damage on the turret, but it's not too bad in the grand scheme of things.
Targamas doing a good job on the center overall, getting those extra auto attacks down just to keep the Leona in a position where she's not quite as comfortable. It's always really important because you know then if she does engage, quite a lot of damage down back onto her. Caps going in here. Vladdy's going to trade onto him. Caps is in for a world of hurt. 150 HP left on him. Vladdy does tank up a single tower shot.
Vladdy just didn't quite have enough mana to actually get that E-proc off. I think he was hoping with a couple of more of those auto attacks that he'd regain the mana in that hammer form and be able to take the play, but not quite. Still, Cap's going to be fine. But I think it's sick to see the value of Kalist and Targamas having all this experience in EMEA Masters now coming out onto the main stage against G2. Like, this is a composition that they've run very successfully in the past. This was kind of the big pocket pick for Targamas in EMEA Masters, and you can see how comfortable they are in this. They're playing into what is a pretty decent lane against from Hansam and Lebrov. Like, there's a lot of kill threat there, but they're just able to navigate it so well and understand the limits of these two together.
I think the other thing that both bot lanes are very aware of is how quickly these junglers can clear and take wrong trade at the wrong time. A jungler can very much swing the dynamic of this 2 versus 2. Vision is very crucial as both supports already roaming out onto the map. Cap's doing what he often does and continuing to trade at the limit, but nice advantage already gained for Vladdy in the 1v1.
Let's jumping forward here onto Hans Summer. Target's on his way around. Let's took the wrong side of that trade. Does have a Vamp Scepter and obviously the Piercing Darkness as well from Targamas to heal him up. Targamas has gone for the Grasp center build to give himself a little bit more tankiness in the lane. Skewmon working his way around here, was spotted on a ward in the Tribush, and Yikes in the area as well.
I also think it's nice to opt in towards the Black Cleaver build here because, oh, hang on.
Zenith Blade hits onto Kalist. Going to take a bit of damage as well. Phosphorus Bomb was stopped. Skewmon did come in from the side as well, but in the end, Kalist is going to be fine. Can just farm under the tower.
Because traditionally you have your AD carry to provide the I'm going Blast Whisper, I'm going to have that tank shred, I'm going to be able to open up for everyone else who's gone these AD builds, but you don't really have that opportunity when it comes towards the Yasuo. So instead, you can have Targamas go for the Black Cleaver, and because you're Senna, your auto attacks double stack the Black Cleaver, so it ends up stacking to that 5 very, very quickly. So I think that's what Targamas is probably going to opt for in this game.
Yeah, you can stack super quickly with the Black Cleaver and the Q, the Piercing Darkness as well. You can get 5 stacks basically immediately if you time it properly.
Dragon seems to be the point of contention between both teams. Caps is first into the river, but Vladdy is short to follow. In terms of early damage, I think that once Kalist gets level 6, that's when Casey should feel a lot more confident about actually going for a fight. Yike is very close to ticking over to that level, but
I thought he was meant to hit it off that grub, or off the Scuttle Crab, and I was like, this is a little dangerous for G2.
Skewmon now making his way towards the Raptors. Yike. Hang on.
Yike can look for this. He goes, gets the level 6, flashes forward. Skewmon's going to flash away, but Vladdy's there for the chase. Caps dives in. Looking to seal the fates of Vladdy and Yike, and with Broken Blade moving first, the flash back from Caps as he tries to get onto Vladdy. No summoner on Vladdy. He's down for first blood. Yike caught up as well. Flash with the Ruthless Predator stun, and Yike tries to escape, but the shield's not enough. G2 find 2 in the mid lane.
The roam from Broken Blade clutch there, plus the fact that Skewmon ends up creating so much distance, but Caps able to lock them down. G2 win out on the skirmish, and the Void Grubs are their prize.
I like the confidence from Yike and Vladdy to flat. Ooh.
Targamas not under tower here. Last Embrace is going to land onto Lebrov. Kalist still only level 5, about a quarter of the way before he gets to 6.
But I was saying that I like the confidence from Yike and Vladdy to try and punish Skewmon. That, as you rightly said, the fact that Broken Blade could collapse, turning this into a 2 versus 3. I mean, you look at the lane, and it's awkward for Kana to really offer any assistance. He's pushed underneath this tower. A good ulti from Caps, rather, buys enough time to allow for Broken Blade to arrive. The Caps commit, the Caps flash to set up for Broken Blade to get that initial kill, and then Broken Blade responds with a flash of his own.
Even the Q3 from Caps catching Yike is the reason that Yike dies at the end. Caps' positioning in that fight was absolutely sublime. Now 1-0-1, about a 400 gold lead for him in the mid lane, and Vladdy without flash becomes a much easier target for Caps. As soon as that Fate Sealed is back up, Vladdy has to be very careful.
It also takes a lot of the threat out from Yike not having that flash as well. So now for a potential dragon fight, you're like, great, Sansama, I can flash away, keep myself safe, and it gives you a lot of ease of escape in these scenarios. So I think for KC now, they kind of have to give up dragon as well. So now you're losing both objectives in the early stages, plus the kills going across. And we've kind of seen across these two games, the team that starts the snowball rolling can very quickly get out of control.
These teams very good at utilizing their gold lead. We saw about a 5,000 gold explosion in 3 minutes for Carmine Court in game 2 for G2. It was a little bit slower of a roll, but still a massive lead when it came to the end.
And I think a huge amount of that is just because these are two of the teams with the best fundamentals in our league. They understand how strong jungle support are together, how to correct wave states and put pressure onto the map to get vision, to then take side lane towers. It all starts to flow very nicely for them, and that's where it becomes very dangerous, because if your team is behind, you don't get many opportunities to bring the game back.
Kana's been doing his best up in the top side of the map. The matchup, not always the easiest. They'll reach a certain point where Renekton won't be anywhere near as effective, and you can start to see a little bit of why. Of course, the Dragon being started off by KC thanks to their bot lane prio and some resets coming through from G2. They're going to respond by looking to get some deep vision on the top side of the map. No grubs, of course, to be able to respond with. But about a 10-minute Dragon means that Soul will be a little bit later in this game compared to what we have been seeing.
I'm hoping Soul is like 50 minutes, but because both teams have taken...
say 5-0.
Yes. But because both teams have traded Drakes and it's a real back and forth, you know, barnstormer of a game, Betty.
Well, I'm hoping it's 150 minutes for Soul.
Oh, yeah, let's do it, man. Let's break some records today. Let's do it.
I mean, so far, game 1 and game 2 were both sub 30 minutes.
Yes, which is why we now deserve a 50-minute ban.
I see. Okay. Interesting logic. So you don't want to go home today?
I'm good going home tomorrow. Do I get 2 day rates if that happens if we go past midnight?
I just feel bad for Mickey and Grabs because they were waiting for me to do the podcast.
They can just come up here, actually. Just have them on the
bring
desk.
them in.
Fine. You can do a Euphoria episode.
If we're casting for 150 minutes, I might need to tag out.
That's fine by me.
You get your 10-minute bathroom break to come back.
As you get old, the stamina, you know, you lose a little bit of it.
You've been doing this for a certain number of years, and you're just like...
Because we're in the prime of our youth over here.
For 10. Okay.
Grub spawning in about 30 seconds as the trading in the bot side of the map continues. Of course, if you're interested in the center stacks, you can just look at the champion icon. 41 is currently what Targamas is on. Really, I haven't seen a center in a while. I think that's fine for his port.
Yeah, it's fine. If I remember correctly, 80 around the 17-minute mark, you know, you want to be like stacking it up as quickly as possible. The big thing is whether you start tracking your jungler through some of these next movements to get those extra stacks. It looks like because you have a Yasuo bot, you kind of want to spend a bit more time with him. So Targamas likely to be a bit slower on getting those stacks.
Reckless was the player I remember that a lot of back in the day, who would just follow his jungler around. Of course, not the only AD carry to do it.
I do think, though, there is a world where you do have to start your own because you do want levels on Kalist, which is the other thing with Kalist.
Dodges the solar flare, just gets slowed by it. Hans Summer walks past the wind wall, exhaust going down. Kalist tanks an extra tower shot! Kalist is down! And that's 3 kills now to G2. The feat of warfare in their hands. Skew1's going to get the grubs as well. This will be their second set of the game, getting them to 6.
He also flashed away from the shield from Targamas. That may have just been enough to save him. Would have been close with the ignite from Lebrov there, but really unfortunate for Kalist there. Ends up falling, but nicely done by the G2 bot lane.
Oh, so at the very last... Oh, hang on, the top lane dive.
TP coming out. G2 will call off the dive. Call of the Forge God, though, from Kana as he makes a prayer and Broken Blade. It's on the receiving end of it. He pops the Dominus, tries to get away, lands the stun as well. He'll go back in. Skew1 using his own ultimate for a little bit of CC. Cap's going to try and get away from Yike here, who does have an ultimate of his own, but for the moment, shouldn't be able to chase Caps any further.
So a bit of trading on the top side. KC finally get themselves a kill. But on the bot side of the map, it was very unfortunate for Kalist because he was very deliberately not auto-attacking either Hans or Lebrov so that he didn't draw tower aggro. But Hans Summer, he was able to clear out the minion waves, which means that before the CC ran out, Kalist was still underneath the tower with no minions to draw the aggro, meaning that he did end up taking that last tower shot, allowing G2's bot lane to get that 2 versus 2 kill. Of course, KC responding on the top side of the map with a kill of their own.
That's really annoying for the Carmine Core bot lane as well, because they were having a whale of a time. Yeah. They've already got 2 plates. They've been forcing Hans Sommer and above underneath the tower. They have now lost a plate in response, like Hans Sommer getting a bit more gold. But it was relatively even in a matchup that can be quite tricky for the Yasuo and the Senna early on. We talked a little bit about Targamas on this Senna, just it being one of his pocket picks. 8-2, I believe, all time on the champ. And even, remember, he was playing it back when he was with G2. Him and Flackhead, that bot lane, having a very good performance on the Senna plus whatever bot lane they decided to bring out.
The Senna style was always a favorite.
Yeah, I love it. I love a good Senna style.
But unfortunately for Kalist, he's taken a bit of a horrific trade from Hans on the bot side, and now they're kind of been pushed away. Ike has to go back and clear his jungle, so this gives an opportunity to try and answer some of the turret plates that have been taken on the bottom side, although it actually just cleared off. Thought they might have been able to get one more, but Ike now making his way in, Skewmon looking to cover.
The Triforce damage from that Corki is absolutely devastating. Yike will be able to get the smite on the boot, dodges away from the Zenith blade as well. Cap's going to trade back onto Vladdy. The Dragon up in 30 seconds, but G2 just using the pressure they have in the bot side to gain control of this jungle right now. He might look for a little bit more. Yike dashes forward. LeBron goes in, the Solar Blade, the CC, the Shield of Daybreak, the Root coming out as well with the Zenith blade follow-up, but Yike dives in with the Moonfall, can't get the CC down in time. I'm not sure Kalist would have wanted to follow in with the last breath of his own, and now Targamas and Kalist need the help of their mid laner.
They want more. G2 is looking to dive this.
Targamas is on the wrong side. Targamas is just dead. Like, he sacrificed himself to make sure his AD carry would get out alive. He does. LeBron actually dies the tower here. I think if he pathed up, he might have been able to get out in time, but in the end, it's a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of G2.
Yeah, not the end of the world for G2. They're still going to be happy that they get the tower. They did overinvest Broken Blade's TP, I feel like, there, but at least they should guarantee them the Dragon off the back of it. But as we're moving into this, I feel like people forget a lot that Leona can just flash Q.
Yeah.
Because we saw Lebrov do exactly this into Mickey when he was on the Poppy, and now again, you end up with Yike caught in the same position, but it might be Broken Blade now caught.
Kana has the call of the Forge God. Skewmon does have flash, will use it to dodge away. Broken Blade has a tower a while away, but instead he dives onto Kalist, and Kalist is down again. For the second time this game, he falls. Broken Blade will fall for it, but he got his. He got his. Oh, never mind! Never mind! He just slices and dices, and Carmine Core are unable to collapse on him quickly enough. Kana's still on the chase. He will find him in the end. It's Yike that gets the kill. G2 used that time, though, to push through mid and to push through top.
Broken Blade getting that stun was so clutch in the end. So he ends up getting the CC onto Kalist right as Kalist got the knock-up. Meant that Kalist couldn't end up using the ultimate, get that shield and potentially escape after, but Vladdy now sidestepping galore.
Sidesteps everything, the Solar Flare, the Banana combo from Caps, and now Caps a little bit overextended. Skewmon is just around the corner here. Will Targamas and Vladdy chase? They decide against it. Discretion the better part of Valor right there.
My Yone's flashing in the chat right now as Caps. Hey, even the best of us can miss those combos. Nice side steps from Vladdy as Yike, he does know.
He does not know, and it's a Shield of Daybreak into a Zenith Blade. The Moonfall from Yike tried to get to the wall to flash it. Wasn't there in time. Lebov takes the kill. Targamas has to flash away from Caps. The TP coming in now. Vladdy, you're in the middle of them all. Flashes immediately. The Zenith Blade for the follow-up into the Strangled Thorns. Vladdy locked up. Lebov walks away. Battered and bruised, but still alive, and the same cannot be said for Carmine Core. Kalist falls again. 9-3 now the score.
I feel like this has been the story of the series. A neutral game that just balloons after a single point. That bot lane dive has just exploded the lead for G2. 5k is the advantage that they have spread across the entire team. Towers have dropped, jungle camps have been lost, and G2 are snowballing this game 3.
Yeah, you forgot hearts broken for KC fans. As bit by bit, one by one, they're just running to G2. They end up making just one pick after another. So on this mid wave, Vladdy, good dodgy, yeah. We won't talk about the banana phone that's calling in the background, but as KC start to move in here, they think, okay, maybe we can start to make the play happen, but the shift from G2 is already in position, and then as KC again try to commit on towards this, Yike just caught out, isn't aware that basically the rest of G2 have come off of these lanes, and I'm not really sure what they were thinking with the TP, especially when you see Caps there. looks like a bit of a desperation to
I
hope
wonder
they
if
can
it was
hold
just
on.
to try and help, you know? Like, it may,
obviously it was.
to try and help, but it's
Yeah.
I think the whole sequence from Yike going towards his red was a series of unfortunate events.
You just cut your losses at that stage, right? And you say, hey, look, we lost Yike, we lose red, but now you end up losing 3 people off the back of it, and all this position on the top side, and especially with 2 minutes now until the potential Adakan being on the cards as well. This is not really KC in a position to fight because they've just been put so far behind, and that combo is just very lackluster at this age.
And it becomes even more lackluster when you see a Seeker's arm guard for Skumon. He's not as burstable anymore. If you jump onto him, puts down the strangle pawn.
The strangle
It's a chess
pawn.
move. Okay?
Yes.
Strangling pawns.
Yes, I know. I'm familiar with that move. Yes,
I
good
thought
one,
you had
yes.
prawns, and I was like, oh, seafood. Yes, prawns.
Yes.
New skin idea, all right?
Crustaceans, I love
Seafood, Zyra.
Put down the strangle thorns.
Yes.
Pop the Seeker's arm guard.
I will say, this series has not shown effective combos coming through, really. In Game 2, G2 really couldn't execute their wombo combo. Now, here in this Game 3, KC have started to, well, I say started to, are very rapidly falling further behind. And if they can somehow find an angle, maybe, and they're looking for it right now, it seems.
I think they want to call to the Forge God in a choke. LeBron steps to the side, goes back in with the Zenith Blade, and Caps is there for the follow-up. Caps diving onto the back line, and Stranglethorns comes out, but doesn't really hit him to anyone. G2 have already killed off Yike, and it did reek of desperation there from Carmine Core. They saw the window, but very quickly defenestrated.
Man, Lebrov has been my MVP today. He has had a fantastic game. The immediate ult on towards Yike, so there's no follow-up for the people that are locked up by Kana. Means that KC can't really get into position. And now, G2, they get the return pick. They're going to get a tower, and it's off of Lebrov. Being just spectacular.
Broken Blade. Gonna ride the Rift Guard out here. Oh. Hey, yeah.
Oh, he's got the moves.
No, he's trying to set up a date.
Oh,
no.
He's got the moves.
This is when you walk into the bar, you see them, and you walk out straight away afterwards from the Rift Guard, apparently.
It's just the awkward where, oh, you moved into my old apartment? Well, this is a bit...
Anyway, for now, G2 in commanding position in this game. 7,000 gold ahead, 2 items apiece on all of their carries. Carmine Core struggling to get there. They will scale up. Obviously, masterwork items are a thing, but how much scaling is there in a wombo combo when you're falling behind is a good question to ask. G2 now setting up around this. Drake should take it really without any contest from Carmine Core.
Well, I mean, look, Vedi did highlight what Peanut managed to achieve in the LCK, right? There are always moments where you can come back with this composition.
True.
It's just that it's very difficult to find those chances because G2 are not setting up as like a big chunky unit. They're kind of playing for these quick picks in smaller groups that makes it very difficult.
Is that Kit Kat chunky unit?
Yeah, I was gonna say. That's quite the. I
what
wasn't
type of
expecting.
chunky unit is it?
Chunky, you know?
Like a corgi. You know?
Actually, corgi?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think of them as chunky. I don't know why.
Corgis are chunky?
Adorable.
As you can tell, this game is very one-sided, everyone. I can chonky, I would say, for a corgi.
Okay.
Little chonksters.
Sure. I don't
But
really
that's
see
the
how those are
millennial,
that
like,
much different.
puppy English that everyone has.
Oh, I suppose, yeah.
Oh,
I
these
suppose.
good doggos. Oh, what great puppers. Yeah.
Anyway, enough of that tangent.
Yes.
Adakan is alive. I stand by the fact that I shared a fun fact where I believe that 85% of people that start Adakan lose the game. So there is no science behind any of this.
I will say fun fact into a direct opinion. This doesn't really align in my brain.
It is very much
this is my
opinion. Yep.
Subjective, objective opinion.
Correct, exactly.
So you're saying if G2 lose this, they have an 85% chance
No,
of
if they
losing.
start it
they have an
themselves.
85% chance of losing.
And 60% of the time, it works all of the time.
Yes.
Correct, exactly. So, I imagine what they'll do is they'll fish for a pick instead and then utilize the numbers advantage to think, oh no, they've started
Okay.
it. Here we go.
And now there is a chunky unit, which means KC could actually look for that big engage that they could potentially go for.
I don't think they're going to find it, though. Yike is looking to see perhaps if Broken Blade oversteps. Carmine Core have no vision on it at all, and it feels very much like Carmine Core have accepted their losses here. Yike might look for a steal. Done it a few times in winter. Lebrov is positioning to make sure that he can't.
Okay, so they're the 15%. You know, that happens. But KC, they're getting closer.
Dawning Shadow.
Okay, they're not getting any closer.
They say the day is darkest just before the dawn. for Carmine Core, it's pretty damn dark right now.
LeBron is about to light things up.
And he is, jumps onto Kana. Targamas tries to flash the wall, the solar flare, stun follow-up with a Ruthless Predator. And Targamas is deceased, bereft of life. He rests in peace in the top side of the map.
And Caps immediately TPs down to the bot side to prevent Flatty from being able to get anything for himself as well. So G2 just continuing to keep full threat on the map. And yeah, KC just don't really get any sort of look in.
I mean, look at these side laners now for G2. I feel like KC have very few options. You would expect the Jace and the Yasuo to be able to try and match in the side, but the gold gap is just too big. The itemization difference is so significant at this point in the game, and that doesn't even factor into the fact that Hansama has just been quietly carrying in the background. 2 items fully completed, a 2.1k gold lead over Kalist. The Yasuo center bot lane really not providing much success here in this game 3 against G2.
It was working till it stopped. And as you say, almost 2,000 gold lead on every single player for G2, apart from Lebrov, who's only 145 gold ahead. Obviously, Targamas does get more passive gold, 95 stacks at the 25-minute mark, not really where you want to be, and isn't going to accelerate that any further because there's no jungle really for him to follow Yike around through. Another tower goes over to G2, almost a 9,000 gold lead for them now. And it has felt like the story of the series is it's even until one team wins one fight, and then it's really not even for the rest of it. The Call of the Forge God Dome, Carmine Core, they do look to collapse. Skewmond, with that Zhonya's Hourglass, will not get knocked up and won't be followed up on either. The wave, probably about 15-20 seconds away from crashing down towards this bottom side, but G2 don't have much more to play for. So they might as well just wait for it to come in.
Yeah, the thing is though, is KC, it's kind of, you got to make a choice. Do you just slow lose or do you go for the all-in play?
Oh, BB's been engaged on. There's the all-in. He's still got a false life. The solar flare went wide as well, but that's a tower to G2. Caps dives forward and Carmine Core retreat.
But that's both engages gone, right? So KC now have to just play it scared. Baron now up and available as well. It feels like G2 reset, immediately move over to that, use the last of this Atacam buff as they can. Broken Blade now trying to be a useless for Yike.
Atacam buff is about to expire. I think it expires in about 10 seconds. He can jump the wall though and manages to escape.
Needs to sync up with his team.
There we are.
Caps also sticking around for what looks to be the Krogs. They're trying to fish out every last bit of gold that they can before they commit to the reset. Actually, Caps not resetting at all.
You're also waiting, like Drake is up in 30 seconds. You don't have to force a Baron. You can see how that gold has just ballooned, and after the initial sort of jump to G2, it's just been a slow and steady. Eke out everything you can, deny everything you can from
Caps is sitting
Carmine
on 2,670 gold.
Eke out everything you can, baby. Why do you need a third item? Let's be honest.
Well, like, he doesn't have all the gold for that third item yet.
So
He just has to stay out to get the rest.
He's like,
right?
he doesn't want to sell his health pot.
Exactly.
He's full build. There's an item in every single.
True. Oh, ulti.
Call of the Forge God. And someone flashes it. The Brob also still has flash. And that's the ultimate engage tool used again.
Wait, what's Caps going to buy?
There we are.
There we go. See, follow
He was just waiting for it. It's about time efficiency, Veddy. You wouldn't understand.
His AD carry did lose his flash.
Yeah, but the extra 8 seconds it would have taken him to recall earlier. It adds up over a game.
Also, he can't be responsible for what Hansama does. He can only be responsible for what he does.
If Caps goes Gabagee, Hansama should go Gabagoo, you know? Like, it's you can't just expect him.
Completely. You guys make complete sense. Thank you for enlightening me. We now turn our attention to the Baron, as G2 feeling much stronger than their opposition.
As they should, I'll be honest. 9,000 gold their lead right now. 3 items on Caps. 3 items on its way for Hansama. Only has that last whisper right now. They try and get some vision control. Carmine Core doing a good job of slowly stepping in as a team to deny some, to regain control over that area. But the problem is, you don't have Call of the Forge God, still for about a quarter of his cooldown. Kana is going to go in here. Bellow's Breath, Solar Flare goes on to Like. There's the follow-up, but there's no last breath coming out from Kalist. Didn't want to fully engage. The lock-up onto Broken Blade and knock-up onto Lebrov. The Stranglethorn's coming out as well, and Carmine Core have chunked out G2 enough to force them away.
I was surprised to not see the combo come through from Kalist. I think Yike hit 3 members on the back end of the fight, but yeah, no follow-up, which means that there's no wombo combo. Maybe they were concerned about committing too much, knowing the gold gap.
I also think it's a positioning thing, because you're funneling into a spot like that. Maybe. If Yike goes in, he's past the gate out of their jungle, right? So then if the Stranglethorns comes down, the rest of his team can't really get in as well. Sorry, yes, Kalist. Because Yike went in and it would just be Yike and Kalist, right, on the back line. But it's hard to say, because sometimes you look at a moment like that, it's like, was that the one opportunity you get to actually get some of these kills?
Well, if nothing else, they've bought a little bit more time for themselves. They pushed G2 back away from the Baron, so even if they can get a little bit more gold, maybe complete that extra item, it can make all the difference. You can see Yike very close to ticking over to level 14, but even with that level, he's still 2 full levels behind Skewmon, who's just completed his Rylai's.
And that's the big problem for KC, is they just can't compete in side lanes. Caps is huge, he's got the level advantage over everyone, can completely take over in the side lane, and if you send, say, Kalist to a side to try and finish off this Infinity Edge, it would be nice, but he can't like go against Broken Blade, he can't go against Caps, so you're just caught where you kind of need everyone to play as this 4-man unit, which is just not getting those resources into the carries you need on Karmine Corp's side.
At the moment, they have managed to delay the game. Still 3 minutes before the next Drake. That would be sold for G2. A Cloud soul for their prize of securing the first 3, obviously, but still a while before we get to that point. Karmine Corp just trying to deny as much vision as they can. G2 trying to place it, obviously, as Caps just continues to push out a side lane. And I feel like this is kind of where we're going to sit for the next couple of minutes before Soul is available, unless G2 decide to pull the trigger.
I mean, the scary thing about Caps now is even if Vladdy's defending, there's the real risk of Caps just tower diving him on the bot lane, and G2 can play with this pressure. This is probably where G2 as a team feel the most comfortable. Caps sitting in a side lane, being that point of annoyance for the opposition as he continues to ramp up, only gets stronger. He does have a full level over Vladdy as well. Meanwhile, G2 is just setting up control and just making things harder for KC. This vision control, our observers are highlighting it for us now, how little KC can actually see, means that constant pressure of are they on the Baron is very real.
And it's the big problem with all these plant-based junglers, is that you always have something that can check ahead of you, right? Maokai saplings, for Zyra it's going to be those seedlings. When you look at Ivern, he's got Daisy, it means you can very easily take control without actually having to face check into a lot of KC.
Right now it's just about patience for G2. The top lane is getting pushed in very, very deep. Caps is now grouped with his team. Another bot wave has been pushed in.
Yike dashing forward, Broken Blade looking for it. Yike was able to retreat in time.
That's one of the blue trinkets just used into the pit. Now that's unavailable.
Vladdy is answering bot wave right now, and because of that, LeBron decides it's time to go. Solar Flare, Stranglethorns, and Yike is done for. The Caps again with a banana combo. Get this guy some potassium, because apparently he doesn't have enough. G2 still find a kill, and they'll take the mid lane tier 3 from it.
Yeah, they get some iron in them anyway, being able to take down these structures in the mid lane, but for G2, it's just every time they're finding these picks, KC try to get some vision control back, and now they get to fall over towards that Baron as well.
Should be an easy objective, secure a single pick. There's no smite available for KC as well. The blue trinket will disappear. No vision available. I mean, it's going to have to be some sort of miracle. Can Vladdy perhaps steal it with the shock blast?
No.
No, he cannot. He tried, though.
It's also the problem with these plant-based junglers is they can put plants in the way of things like a shock blast. The Baron now secured for G2. A longer game, 31 minutes, but not in the style perhaps that we hoped for when we asked for a 50-minute game earlier on. I don't know if that Scuttle Crab survives or not. It does.
It does.
Yeah. A small mercy from Skewmon.
If it helps, Yike actually did it on the first Scuttle in game 1. He left him with 4 HP and then left, so they've got to balance it out, you know?
Makes sense. That makes sense.
Dragon Soul now on the cards for G2 as they're already in position.
Caps is...
Okay.
Oh, they jump in immediately. And his Spade is sealed. Call of the Forge God going in as well. Now can Karmine Corp find more? Broken Blade pops up with Dominus. Kano's on that front line. Stranglethorns coming out as well. G2 looking for a little bit more poke. Kalist now going forward with that last embrace onto Broken Blade. The Drake resets. Karmine Corp found a great pick across the wall onto Caps.
Kalist getting the heal up off that wave in mid lane as well, so KC feeling a little bit stronger coming in towards this. Skewmon has no ultimate available. Sama playing out of the position to actually get engaged on.
Kana has TP. Broken Blade does not, and G2 will give it up. Yep. Karmine Corp find a pick, they find Drake. G2 didn't want to take more of the fight.
Love the decisiveness there from KC, using the ward and the brush to catch Caps off guard. They one-shot him with their combo. And with the numbers advantage, you can see how G2 kind of, I would say, panic react with how many ults they just threw out in the moment. And once things had stabilized, they realized we don't have any more tools to keep this fight going. Whereas KC, not only with numbers, still had some ults available as well. So G2 wisely back off, an objective bounty is secured. And I mean, the good news is that the deficit has gone down. The bad news is that the deficit is still 10,000.
But it's got to go down before you can win, Reddy. You take this. It's a minus 600 gold Baron power play so far. 1 minute remaining for G2, but you really neutered their ability to do too much now that Caps is only just back out on the map. You will be able to push through mid. You've probably got 2 waves to play with if you're G2 right now.
I still think you can do work as G2 though, just because you have that range advantage, and it's only really Vladdy who can clear these waves, so you can see them spreading them across the map, or Broken Blade going topside. But there we go!
They dive in immediately, the last breath as well. Skewmond pops his Zonya, Caps goes in with the face seal, he'll kill off Kalist, Strangled Thorns on Yaiken. It worked once, but at the second time of asking, G2 were ready to jump in and immediately punish. Kana now trading with Broken Blade. Caps is on its way across. The Ruthless Predator from Broken Blade into the slice and dice forward. Call of the Porch God from Kana. Still lands the knockup. BB flashed the wall though and got to safety. The inhibitor in the bot side has fallen. Carmine Court trying to defend 3v5 now. And their first Nexus tower is already forfeit.
G2 continuing their siege. They know they have the numbers advantage. Vladdy forced to flash away.
Caps jumps onto Vladdy once again. They will get the knockback. Vladdy's still alive. Lebrov going in with the Zenith Blade, but he's locked up in the end. Vladdy is jumped on by Broken Blade. And now with the Nexus Bear, Lebrov and co will go 2-1 up and be 1 game away from Grand Finals.
G2 taking themselves to match point, a convincing win off of a strong early game, and again, it seems to be the decider in this, who can get control in the early stages.
We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with what could be the deciding match of this series. Don't you dare go anywhere unless you need to make a tea or go to the toilet or something. Then come back. Come back afterwards.
What incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings. You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. tears and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground.
Do you just go in towards a huge amount of the long range poke? But okay,
Is it the bot lane? Is it bot lane?
Baby! To see all the fates of Vladdy and Yaikin with Broken Blade moving first. The flashback from Caps as he tries to get onto Vladdy. No summoner on Vladdy. He's down for first blood. Yike caught up as well. Flash with the Ruthless Predator stun, and Yike tries to escape with the shield. It's not enough. G2 find 2 in the mid lane.
Okay. Get the turret. Can you get trick yourself? Can you get trick on me? Okay, I take it as well. Can you go top as well? I can't play. Yes, yeah. Sorry, bro. It's my bad.
The third game of the series, and it's getting closer and closer between KC and G2. 10 minutes in right now. I would really like to hear your thoughts when it comes to stamina in best of series, particularly considering that it's a fearless draft and things are shaking up a little.
Yeah, it definitely feels a lot more involved between the games when it comes to the fearless draft. You need to account for a lot more options. You need to make a fresh game plan every single game. Definitely a lot more work for us behind the scenes, but for the players, I think we have a bunch of people who've done this many times, so we're pretty good on the stamina front.
They've done it many times, but they never did it on stage in official games. Game 4, Fearless Draft. If you've been watching a bit of other regions, LPL, LCK, this is usually when you can forget everything you know about League of Legends and enter unknown territory. So what we want to do here is that I'm going to put these guys to the test. Odo, you're going to be KC. Finn, you're going to be G2. And I want you guys to Fearless Draft battle, actually, and show us what you think the teams could come up with. I know it's really, really hard to predict in this Game 4. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
Really, it's gonna be. Here we go, I guess.
So we know that KC chose blue side here for this Game 4, so what are you opening with?
If I make KC over here, I'm keeping up the usual Pantheon ban that I've been having for the whole series. I think it's a great Skewmon pick, so it's something to look out for.
I will take out the Skarner, because that champion should not be legal right now.
That's a little bit early for you to taking that out.
Bold move, bold move.
Right.
Everything standard so far?
Everything standard so far. I am taking out this boy for no obvious reasons.
For no obvious reasons? You're scared of Hansama Draven, really?
No, I mean,
Who isn't?
I'm just setting up a power pick for myself, you know?
I'm a little bit scared of Kalista.
Oh my god.
Well, now we're a little bit deep down the rabbit hole on what is OP and what is not. If I have a little think here.
Have a little think?
I'm banning this little champion. Your boy has been having great performances on him so far throughout the playoffs.
That is true. I will take out the Ambessa. I'm scared of them picking it. I think that's the last top lane power pick left, and now isn't even playing field.
Well, now it's.
What are you opening with?
Now you left this bad boy open. Feel like Xin Zhao is a little bit of an obvious pick here. I think that going deeper into the jungle pool, it is the one that's getting pinched the most. So unless
use activated my trap card. Rockstar World Final, Jack's counter pick activated, and combat that with a Caps Ori, and have a really strong mid jungle 2v2.
All right.
Okay, that is interesting. How would I react here? It is a little bit tough. Feel like Syndra is a little bit of an obvious choice here. Has great synergy with the Xin Zhao, and now I have the option of either securing an early top lane pick for myself or maybe going the AD route. And I think I'm gonna be going for the Caitlyn to secure a little bit more lane prio for my bot lane.
That's a lot of risk, but also a lot of space early game.
We have enough engage. We have enough
Caitlyn is very strong in the 2v2, but if we can manage to swap out of that Caitlyn lane, I feel pretty comfortable in my Misfortune pick here. Hansama Classic makes me think of 2021, 2022 Worlds, where he was outplaying like a beast on that.
Do you have enough setup for this MF ult, though?
we're getting to that.
All right, we're getting there. We're getting there.
On
Sorry, I'm
herself is one
pointing
of
a
the
bit.
strongest laners right now.
Yeah.
So
Don't
she-
forget to ban Finn. You don't want to miss a ban
I
in
also
Fearless
want
Game
to
4.
ban a good pick together with the Caitlyn, and I'm going to be taking out Deluxe. I think that is one of the scarier champions.
I do want to remove the setup from the MF. I feel like their team comp relies a lot more on having a space maker, so I am probably looking to take out the Rakan. Even though the support pool is getting extremely pinched here, I feel like it is the way to go.
Space maker. Space maker, playmaker.
Got a lot of space makers in
Now
the
let's
LEC.
see,
That's
what
on
do
brand.
I want to play here? What do I want to pick for my boys? I think I will look for a cheeky
It's getting tricky, isn't
Nautilus ban.
Ooh, cheeky Nautilus ban. Well, thank you. Now you just gave me a free ban because I was about to ban that for you. Ooh. Now it's a little bit tough, to be honest, because I feel like the engage pool is a little bit pinched here.
It's more of an issue for him than it is for you, though.
I would say so, because at least I do outrange with the Kaylin and Syndra, even though they can find some sort of flanks.
All right.
It's a little bit hard here.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, it is a
Nice.
little bit hard. Actually, I'll pivot to Braum ban. Oh, and I missed the ban because I'm
I'll
bad.
take that as a brown ban.
It's a Braum ban, just
Some
leave it like that.
oopsies here, we know it.
Now
Write it down.
The
Alright.
melee support pool is very pinched, so I will in fact be picking the Sion for my top laner, give counter to my support.
Hunter
And,
to support when everything is banned, I feel like you're making a big mistake
no,
here.
but I'm using the Sion to help this Misfortune swap out of this Caitlyn lane to avoid it.
Okay, well, my team does need a little bit more engaged, and I could go go Renata here, but I feel like it wouldn't really play in my win
Renata is banned.
conditions.
No, you went Braum, never mind.
I did ban Braum. I think I'm gonna go for the bar just so I can have a little bit more skirmish power.
That's a great Targamas pick. Very good job.
Well, I did my research. That's
Yeah.
why I'm here for, you know. And now for last pick, if I'm Kana and I have been cooking and I've been doing my homework, I think I need to double down a little bit on the engage angle, and I'm gonna be picking Gangplank.
Ooh. I don't think Gangplank is very good into Sion. Sion has often been a counterpick into Gangplank in many metas, in my mind.
But unless you're Kana, then you can just, like, you know, stomp this kid.
Unless you're Kana. Now I need a clutch engage support for my team.
And
I'm
there's
against
none.
a Bard and Caitlyn. I have been scouting what LeBron has been playing in solo queue, and I will be looking for a Nico support. That's my last pick.
That's a very game 4 draft, honestly, on both sides. Any final reasoning on why you went for this comp and then you do it?
I wanted to secure strong laners and a really good jungle matchup, because I think that's when G2 favors the most. I think I want caps on a playmaker, and I want Skewmon to have initiative to be able to fight in the jungle.
Odo?
I felt like it was a lot easier for me to secure these sort of early prio picks in the Zinzao and the Syndra, because I feel like it rounds up the comp well. And with Caitlyn, it allows me a little bit of flexibility on what kind of champions do I want. Do I want Renata? Do I want Lux? I have Bard or Nautilus. He doesn't have enough bans to go for it, so it felt easy to go that. But I did feel like I need to round up my team comp with a little bit more skirmish power
I like
/
this.
engage, space making with Bard and Gangplank. So that was my thought process for this.
All right,
I do
boys.
wonder how you're gonna deal
Let's get
with
to
the
the
swap,
desk.
though.
In a
How are we gonna
swap?
deal with the swap?
Well, I'm having Gangplank, so I'm just eating an orange and I'm okay.
We're gonna do the actual draft here at the desk in about a minute. It's getting ready. Twitch chat, though, tell me how you think the boys did and who won draft,
Well,
according to you, knowing the two teams that are about to play on stage for Game 4. And again, guys, it's the first time we see a Game 4 Fearless draft. I'm just wondering about the mental state of the players of the teams, the fact that Casey is on the verge of going to the loser bracket. I know that they don't. I know that they don't mind because they just want to push G2 to their limits at least. But do we see Casey being able to be creative enough in this Game 4 to come back?
If I would be a player, which I'm not anymore, but if I would be in the situation,
Very good, though.
I feel like the problem is up to the coaches, right, to solve the draft problem of what champions are you picking, because technically, as a player, you just need to focus on what is in front of you, and you just need to execute. So I think going into this Game 4, it wouldn't feel any different in that way. You're just going to play whatever is happening, and the coaches will figure it out for you. So I wouldn't say there's extra pressure given that it's Fearless draft.
And we're about to see what it's going to come down to here.
Yeah, I would say the players are just so full of adrenaline right now that you don't actually think about the consequences. You just want to go on stage and play a game. You want to prove how good you are to the world, and you want to show like what you can do. So that's what it's all about. We see here the Pantheon ban coming out, as you said, as you did as well.
It wasn't that hard for me because, you know, I just copied their first 2 bans from the first 3 drafts.
Stole their homework?
Yeah, so it's going to make me look good, but it makes sense. It's been prio picks, and the deeper you go into the series, the more sense it makes for you to keep those bans from the previous games, because Right now, you're in a position where you're picking probably tier 2, tier 3 champions, and all of a sudden, if you leave the S tier pick open, that is gonna get snatched probably first phase.
Yeah, and here we see actually Casey banning the Jax, maybe setting up for Shinja first pick, being scared of that. Crucially, they're not banning the Kalista and Draven, which was the trade that we opted out for, and that's been the bans every single game in this series, but maybe it's something we're gonna come back to in this game.
Well, they do still have the option into going to third ban, because I do think that Kalista and Draven are the bans that complement each other. That when you see one, you should ban the other one. But one angle I would like to look at right now is, given that they banned this Jax, I feel like now you're deeper down the rabbit hole where you need to figure out what OPs are worth to trade and how do you manage to make a 2-for-1 trade on red side, because now this is gonna test the priorities of every team involved here and their meta reads on what is strongest, given that all of these champions are out.
Yeah, for me it's about securing those strong mid-jungle combinations on the 1-2 on red side here. That's why I opted in for the Jax Ahri in our mock draft, and I reckon we're gonna see something kind of similar from G2 here. Knowing the Wukong is now open, Orianna is getting taken out. So a lot of the actual target on the mid lane this game. We did not expect that.
Well, now the Draven and the Kalista are still open. The two junglers with Xin Zhao and Wukong, which I consider to be similar strength, are still open. So I don't think there is any threat to lock in one of those ADCs, and I just feel like it's an ADC pick. But which one do you choose? Do you choose the Draven, this Kalista? This Draven pick I think is really good because it will block the Kalista, and now it's a lot harder for Hans to cook an answer into this.
Yeah, but now we have to see the Kalista and the Wukong as an answer, unless you want to go for the Nyla, which has been tried. But the general result here would be a Kalista pick and a Wukong pick, I would think, from G2.
Well, I wouldn't go for the Kalista just because Draven will be a little bit, you know, self-counter. You could always go for the Caitlyn and opt to just outrange the Draven and have, you know, power for power in the laning phase, and it doesn't feel like you're losing out. And if they do go for the Caitlyn, because again, it makes no sense to self-counter. But now, again, now you're even deeper down the rabbit hole. Do you pick the Xin Zhao or the Wukong? How does it look like now? Because you neutralize this one OP, what will the next OP be?
Or do you pick neither and just trade it, happy with whatever, and pick the best support for a Caitlyn or the strongest mid laner available? There are many paths for G2 to take here. There's a lot of options they have, depending on how they see the draft.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to pick support because Nautilus, they go with the Xin Zhao, so we're probably going to be seeing Wukong here. It's hard to pick an engaged support because Renata is still open, so even if you be going for the Nautilus or even the Bard, where you are like, okay, I have some engage right now that works very well with Caitlyn, the Renata still works very, very well with Draven and they can counter it. So both teams are playing it a little bit more on the safer side, where they choose to be the one reacting to the opponent.
Yeah, a lot of hovers coming out from Yike. We will have to. The Wukong would be the obvious answer, but he's been the one to like the Viego in the past. But I think Viego is so reliant on his laners to set him up. You really need that first reset on Viego, and it kind of works similar to Draven. I feel like this is two kind of selfish champions that really want a lot of help, and the Ryze kinda, in a way, bridges that.
I have been waiting for this Ryze, though.
I have been waiting for it as well. This draft on K-Corp side is very, very atomic. It does rely a lot on them finding winning early skirmishes. On the flip side, they do have the Ryze that can just push the mid wave and find moves with Realm Warp at level 6, look for top lane or bot lane plays well also with the Draven. So I see the logic into it, but now you secure this core, this 3 core, but now you're going to 4-5, you're gonna get your priority picks banned. How do you round out this team comp to find more engage or space making?
Yeah, I see a very strong bot side from G2 coming up with the Caitlyn, Braum and Xin Zhao. That is a 3v3 that is almost unbeatable by anything Casey could pick here. And I really wonder what caps we look for in the mid lane into the Ryze. Maybe will they go for an Ahri or maybe a control mage? Because we saw that Orianna is already banned, and they're banning even more control mages.
I feel like you can't really go for the I mean, even if Orianna would be open, it's hard to go for a control mage. I think you need to match this sort of this volatility from Ryze and the Viego. I feel like Syndra would be an option. I think it would be working well, and it would actually be guaranteeing them a 2v2 win, at least from how I see it. I would value them a little bit more, so they definitely want to lock in more skirmish. But on the flip side of K-Corp, I think, given that the both side of G2 is Caitlyn, Xin Zhao, and Braum, I'm looking to play on the other side of the map, or just as much as possible around mid lane. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Bard coming in from Targamas and just ignoring bot lane, because it's kind of this reverse psychology thing where you're like, oh, well, Draven is in, so we need to focus bot lane because that's where all the action will be. But then you're like, nope, psych. Yeah. You just pick Bard and go mid, and all of a sudden you're just bamboozled because you're the first one to adapt to a new game plan.
Yeah, Draven is surprisingly adept at just playing by himself and just scaling up, getting those stacks.
Puts a lot of pressure on the team. Puts a lot of pressure.
It is a lot of pressure, and we will see Narban coming out and Swainban coming out, two top lane champions that we've
Probably
seen.
opening up, you know, a little handshake in the top lane, I feel like. Ooh, this Anivia.
That's gonna be Anivia mid.
I think this is Anivia actually flexed, I would
flexed,
say.
yeah.
Into the rise, I would assume, but it is an old pick of Caps to play Anivia into these really short-range comps. It makes me think way back to like his 2019, 2020 days when he was playing these crazy picks.
Realistically, I wouldn't see it as a top lane pick. I think it's more often locked in on mid, and I think it does make sense because if you look at K-Corp's team comp, it's extremely short range. Viego and Ryze are a little bit unreliable with, you know, providing a lot to a team fight. They're more side lane action focused in that sense. And Anivia can neutralize going into a 5v5 situation here. The Sion comes out.
Sion blind pick is very bold against someone like Broken, who's shown time and time again that he has many counters. I wouldn't even think you can look for someone like a Darius to counter the Sion. I think when you look at Casey's draft, there's nothing he needs to respond to directly, and he has a lot of champions in his toolkit to counter these comps.
I would say so, but realistically, even if it becomes something so dire as the Darius top lane into the Sion, you can easily just go into a lane swap, but then it's all about the level 1. Ooh, the Seraphine is coming in. Ooh, I don't know if I like this. It feels a little bit anti-synergy with Draven.
Yeah.
I feel like it works well given the fact that you have the Sion front line and the team fights are a little bit static with Sion and Ryze wanting to keep someone locked in place. It makes sense, but I don't think it brings the volatility for the Draven that I was looking for.
I just wonder who's gonna get the reset for Viego. I feel like it's really hard to just lock down and nuke one target so Viego gets his reset. As the Cho'Gath comes out into the... It is a handshake, as you say, Cho'Gath Sion.
It's
a
such
classic.
a monster pick here. It is such a monster pick here. When I think of Cho'Gath into Ryze and Ryze being this kind of machine gun mage, Cho'Gath just yells at you and tells you to shut up, and then and then all of a sudden you can't cast any spell. It feels like I'm quite happy from G2's perspective, but now it's a little interesting shift in dynamics because K-Corp is now the team that is forced to get creative compared to how it looked like in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, a lot of pressures on K-Corp to make sure this early game goes as planned, to make sure this Sion actually, that you get the swap off, because you don't want this Draven Seraphine into the Caitlyn Braum, I would imagine.
Definitely not.
You want to use that Sion passive like the Baus has shown us many times, to die with those good deaths under tower to make sure your econ is strong even though you're dying.
More tools on G2's side, or maybe easier to recover than Casey's composition. Where are we looking at in the early game quickly?
Oh, I'm looking at Yike to make some magic happen with Viego because I feel like this game will be do or die by the Viego getting an early lead, and if G2 keeps it together, it feels like it's gonna snowball out of control.
Let's track those junglers then. Casey, in the hope of taking this to game 5, let's see if they have the composition to do it in this fearless best of 5. Casters, take it away.
Here we go. Game 4, what could be the deciding game of the series. Yike has his Viego, an 80% win rate on it all time. It's his most played pick across the course of his career. And then we have on the other side, Caps' Anivia, a 33% win rate on it all time. He's played it 3 games. He lost to NA. Oh no, wait.
No, he won. He beat NA. No.
Yeah, you're right. He beat NA.
It was the VCS who took us down.
Yes. And he did lose to TSM at Rift Rivals.
So
that doesn't count.
That MSI game against Jojo kind of sparked something in me. And so, fun fact, Calist, he was born in 2006.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when Anivia was released?
It's like one of the first champs.
It's 2009. Oh. He was 3 years old when this champion came out.
Yeah. What do you want me to say, man? It's not like it's a complicated champ. It's a bird. It has a wall. Okay. There's a thing with an egg. I'm pretty sure he picked it up by now.
I just thought, yeah, it was a fun fact, and I'm really excited to see it. But I agree with what the desk was saying, that in terms of like, you go back to the old school days of League, Anivia was often used as an answer into Ryze just because he's a relatively short range champion, and Anivia, especially once she gets level 6, just punishes that range so heavily. The amount of zone control that she has with her ultimate is immense. And I mean, a champion like Ryze that loves to just stand there and machine gun his abilities, I mean, that ulti is going to chip away your HP bar incredibly quickly.
It's also a champion that wants to push and roam, and when you're against an Anivia, she kind of does fairly well at answering a lot of that push. So you don't really get a huge amount of time as Vladdy to operate on these side lanes as much as you'd like to. And as you saw from his AS and T1, very good at zone control, as you're highlighting, Betty, in those team fights. So we'll see how well Caps has got the engineering for this wall down, and if he's been leveling that over his time since MSI.
Some good damage from Targamas and Calist in the bot lane as we see the Seraphine Draven combination coming to the fore. That beat drop landing the root on on Summer. Broken Blade looking for the knock-up, but can't quite land it onto Kana. It's not the Hail of Blades Cho'Gath, unfortunately. I think we were all a little bit excited for the Shurelya's Hail of Blades, but into a tank, it makes sense to be a tank yourself. That's exactly what Broken Blade will be doing with the Grasp.
But that's only if you want Sidey to dictate what you can be. You can be whatever you want, I'm just saying, you know.
That is true. I do think Broken Blade likes winning games of League of Legends and can make the decisions that are optimal
Look,
to do so.
I may have not won a game on Symbiotic Soul, Cho'Gath, but damn am I trying and having fun.
Well, as the desk said, what's going to be crucial for KC in order to win out on this game, pressure's going to be on Yike to find advantages in the early game. He has pathed towards the bot side of the map, but it's Skewmond that arrives in lane first. There is no vision here. Fog of War working in G2's favor. And here comes the flank.
Skips his camps to get down to the bot side in time. Level 3 hit. Flash forward from Labrov. Kalista's gonna flash away, but doesn't have the cleanse. He's locked up. The shield's coming out from Targamas alongside that heal of enough to get him to safety. Now, G2 burnt 2 of their flashes, and Yike on his way. Lands the stun. Skewmon dashes back in. Yike almost stunned with those concussive blows. In the end, an exchange of summoners in the bot lane with no one falling.
Yeah, I think Yike kind of obviously went a bit too far there. I think the fact that you nullified that play should have been enough, but actually having to burn his own flash now as well leaves him a little bit more vulnerable in the matchup, because Skewmon could definitely look for some of these invades and go toe-to-toe against Yike. Now, having that level advantage does help a little bit, but he is definitely more vulnerable now to some of these plays.
Nice awareness from Skewmon, though. The timing was good, and I'm honestly surprised that Kalist lived as long as he did. The fact that the shielding came through, the heal as well, sorry, not the exhaust, the barrier providing a lot of value. Yike already, though, back out onto the map, sets his sights on the top lane. Played relatively low, but yeah, doesn't look like an easy gank, so instead he's just going to turn his attention towards the Scuttle Crab and return to his clear.
Even though Broken Blade is falling a little bit low, he does have that passive carnivore, you know, just heals himself up a ton. In the lane. Across the board, a little bit of red for G2 in terms of gold leads, about 180 carry, 100 in mid, nothing too consequential as of yet. We've kind of seen the series dictated by a single sequence in the mid game between, say, 15 and 25 minutes where one team gains a lead and then never gives up that lead. So far it's been G2 twice and Carmichael once. I'm sure they're looking to rectify that state of affairs.
Biggest advantage that G2 have gained off the back of forcing all those summoner spells out is, like, look at how much harder it is for Kalista and Targamas to play as aggressively as they were in the early levels. It's so risky because if a single Brawn Q connects, the risk of a chase down, the amount of damage that they have could be very real, especially if the ever-present Skewmon could be around. They should expect him to be on his top side as he's continuing with his clear. Fortunately for them, Yike is already on the bot side of the map. He's already got level 5 for himself, as Skewmon looking to do the same thing. But this bot side of the map is going to be crucial, and the jungle involvement is going to be crucial alongside it.
I am curious how KC are going to try and unlock Vladdy in this mid lane, though, because a lot of the times when you have a Ryze that's into a matchup that's not wonderful for him, you'll see kind of the early jungle presence towards that mid lane, but with no flash on Yike, he hasn't been able to put as much pressure in towards the mid, so maybe they're looking at some sort of way to use Vladdy in this moment where he's got push now in mid. You can look for a potential dragon take, but actually ult to that top side to also contest Void Grubs in some of these moments, but we'll have to see exactly how it is, because Yike, I don't think he realizes, just stood on a ward.
Spotted on vision. Caps TPing back to the mid lane as well. There's a short window there where Caps had a teleport advantage. Looks like Yike is going to work his way through these bot bushes. He'll be on more vision as he comes across. Labrov was caught up with a beat drop, but just waiting here. G2 now going to step forward. Skewmon coming around the side. Yike has just finished his recall. And Kalist and Targamas respect the fact their jungler's not there anymore, so back off. But because of that, G2 get the pressure on the Dragon.
Vision on Dragon, though, at least so KC will know, can immediately start to move up towards those Void Grubs. Broken Blade did use his ult on the wave, so won't be able to just walk in and ult one of them quite yet, which is at least a little bit of a help. But I think, yeah, it's just going to be trying to trade on the map here for KC as they start to shift Kalist and Targamas back to the bottom side.
Pings as well coming down onto the red buff as Skewmon recognizes that he's still got to kill this dragon. The red buff is respawning, and Yike is definitely pathing towards the top side of the map. So Broken Blade gonna have to have that awareness and recognize that that top jungle is not safe.
I will say, though, the back timer for Kalist and Targamas there wasn't great, because you can see Hansam and Labrov got to crash a pretty sizable wave and now open up a nice CS lead for themselves on that bottom side. So at least for G2, Hansam is starting to open up that lead against the Draven, but again, you kind of need to kill Draven to really put him out of the game. So I think that's going to be the big action that G2 are trying to make happen, is getting this Adoration stacks off of Kalist.
Yeah, currently at 147 stacks. At 2.5 gold per stack that you get when you cash in. Obviously, if you die, you lose a bunch of them. So you want to make sure, if you're this Draven, that you're just staying alive, getting that bit of extra gold infusion. Has the serrated Dirk already alongside Hans Summer has matched that. He's ever so slightly ahead in terms of itemization in this early game. But so far, basically just standard laning, you know, small advantages being eked out here or there. Kalist's flash about to come back off cooldown, so he can play a little bit more aggressively. Labrov and Hans Summer have the same. No vision around the bot side right now, but no junglers or mid laners coming down here either. Vladdy actually working his way up towards top, perhaps looking for Realm Warp there. Broken Blade doesn't have the feast, but pretty hard to get through a Cho'Gath at this point of the game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's, hey, I want to try and make a play towards top, or if it's try and get some vision down so then we can actually make a play bot and keep kind of safe, because G2 have the push here, and Yike is also pathing down towards bot. That's a lot of damage to target though, so might have to call off any sort of play here.
Oh, we talked about how if a single Braum Q connects, how scary that can be for the bot lane, and they were forced to retreat underneath their tower. You can see small CS advantages being accrued in favor of Hans Summer and for Caps as well. Nothing too significant though to write home about. This game is in a dead even state, which has largely been the state of the series. Yep. As we've talked about, a single play, a pick, a team fight has largely been the deciding moment throughout the series. It's all about who can find that moment first.
You keep looking at the mid lane though. Every time the wave is cleared, we're constantly looking at this potential path for Vladdy to disappear. So always Caps is pushing up, just trying to get vision there. Now we have to get some decent damage on the Vladdy. Actually, nice, because again, it's about trying to minimize Vladdy's impact on the map. So at least Caps keeping good control of him.
Caps kind of baiting here. Spectral Maw coming out. Skewmon looking for Yike as well. You see Caps stepped up very aggressively, and they knew Yike was in that bush because he was clearing a ward. Heal. List's gonna get knocked up. No ace in the hole available for Hans Summer, but it's more about forcing the Draven and Seraphine to have to be more passive, especially with Yike on this bottom side of the map.
He's here to cover for a potential dive. Skewmon instead prioritizing his blue. But Hans Summer and
Look at
Rob
Vladdy, buddy.
playing this lane incredibly well. You talked about the potential ult from Vladdy, Rob.
Is it just a cover?
I mean, this looks like a play to me.
But they know that nobody's on mid. Look at the pings from G2.
Oh, good interrupt there. The Unbreakable coming out from Labrov. He is going to die. First blood to Kalist. But Labrov definitely saved his AD carry there, eating up the Encore.
You can see G2, they were pinging on the mid wave because Vladdy just lost an entire wave for this play on bot, and they were like, look, something is happening on the map, back off, but just couldn't quite get out soon enough. But as you say, Labrov kind of jumping on the grenade for the rest of his team there and making sure G2 could somewhat get out.
I mean, they get Kalist out of what was a difficult laning phase, and they get a lot of gold funneled into him. You can see a 300 gold lead now. BF and Serrated Dirk is going to give him a lot more power in the 2 versus 2. But I mean, Dagda was constantly warning about that possibility for Vladdy, his ability to join the lane at any point. Of course, the range on that ulti, not quite that long in its first level, but it's enough to make these plays happen.
Yeah, Carmichael will be happy with that sequence. G2 will be happy they didn't lose more out of that sequence. Kalist goes back, gets himself that BF sword. Now, Camp's just trying to catch the wave in mid. The grubs are up in 19 seconds time, and it would be 6 for Carmine Core if they can take these next 3. Really, they'll just be looking for 4 to start it off, get the mites. Broken Blade just TP'd down to the bot lane, and Karna's still on top. So it actually looks like G2 might not fight around the grubs. They're going to be outnumbered if they do.
Yeah, I think they're just going to call it. It's kind of sticking around with that ultimate. And as the Sion, you're kind of okay to say, hey, look, I'm not going to be down here for this bottom side. Sure, you might give some gold across the Cho'Gath, but a bit of extra gold doesn't mean too much into a tank Cho'Gath. It's more about securing all 6 grubs for yourselves, and now you can also ult into that bottom wave if you need to try and catch up as well.
I think for G2, there's a strong argument that do grubs matter when we have enough wave clear to keep KC away. Right, you have the Anivia with the Glacial Storm, you've got Caitlyn who can clear from range. Like, yes, if Carmine Core get time with towers, as they are with top power right now, they are going to get through them very quickly. but can you just clear the way before they get there?
I would agree if it wasn't for the Rise. Rise then operates in, hey, I can outnumber you on the tower, so I can start to threaten like positions like this, and then deny you access to the turret, and then I'm able to actually take these fights, right?
True.
And I think that's where you can start to get your chip damage down. So you just have to be a little careful here as KC, or sorry, as G2.
Lebrov stepping forwards. Skumon is waiting around the corner, but Carmine Court not stepping too far yet. Unbreakable from Lebrov. Skumon's still waiting. Yike is here now. The Encore comes out. No Unbreakable. Crescent Guard used by Skumon. Glacial Fissure as well. Yike has to ultimate away with the Heartbreaker.
Trade of ultis, but farm is being lost by Hans Sama as this exchange goes on. Of course, the CS discrepancy isn't really closing that much, but the gold continues to go the way of Kalist. Meanwhile, the Dragon actually being started off by Caps, I do believe.
Crucially though, Vladdy tried to make a play on boss, had to ult then into the mid to collect the wave. So G2 now know that that ultimate is no longer available, which is why I think they're feeling a little bit more confident. They do have this ultimate from Broken Blade to secure Dragons, so they're perfectly fine to match the play on top and still have essentially a smite for this objective.
Yeah, Vladdy just TP'd down towards the bot lane Triber to try and get her in time, but as you say, the feast comes out. Now Skumon chasing on Takano, who has to flash across the crystallized wall. G2 will be able to secure the objective. That's their second Drake of the game.
Kana doing his best to try and stall out, delay, to allow for Vladdy to arrive, maybe find a flank onto Caps. Doesn't quite pan out the way that KC would have liked. But as you rightly said, Medic, second Dragon of the game, reminiscent of what we saw in Game 1, where G2 put a heavy priority on these Dragons. They got to a point where they were already threatening Seoul so early in the game that it made the game a lot harder for KC, because then G2 could really determine the fights that they wanted. I will say the thing that I'm thinking about with G2's composition is it is somewhat limited in terms of its engage options. You're very reliant on Yike, and when playing Anivia, you want opponents to walk into you. You want them to come into the areas that you control as from danger.
Spectral Maw coming out for the CC. Crystallized, Lebrov can jump over that wall. You can see the CC from KC, if they do catch someone, is pretty powerful. They have a lot to CC chain in.
I think G2 are playing a hyper-defensive game in this one, which does make sense, but I think the biggest issue is for every time KC try to make a play, it has been Cap shoving in mid and punishing Vladdy for trying to make these roams. So you're starting to see that CS lead growing and growing in the mid lane, and as long as G2 are able to just keep these waves off the towers, I think then they get to a point where the Anivia does scale into the game, the Shogat becomes an absolute nuisance as well, and then even in a position where you can't really start the team fights off in your way, a lot of KC are still incredibly short range, so they will have to fight you at some stage, and I think you just play for those moments around the objectives.
The other thing I'm thinking about is Anivia really doesn't want to be in a side lane. It's so easy for her to, as Rob is describing, just get control of a mid because of how quickly you can one-shot the wave. But then Caitlyn doesn't really want to be in a side lane either. So it's a bit of an awkward setup as we get later into the game, because Vladdy's going to be more than happy to push those side lanes with Sion sitting on the other end to allow this freedom for the Draven in mid. We'll see how they address that as the game continues. Ulti.
Artemis locked up. Ace in the hole coming out as well. He manages to flash behind the safety of Yike. Unbreakable. The Crystallize and that Glacial Storm doing a lot of work. Vladdy down to 200 HP. G2 just chipping away at KC. Kalist, I feel like he wanted to fight around this time, going double BF sword rather than looking to complete a first item, really looking for that spike, but everyone's so low on Carmine Core, it's going to be hard for them to actually challenge this.
And this is the problem for KC. They're very short range. Like when you look at Vladdy, when you look at Yike, so they kind of have to play in towards Caps, and his walls thus far have been really good. I mean, you were highlighting it there in that fight, so it's making it very difficult for KC to play out of that position once it happens. And Broken Blade now.
Is it enough? It's enough. Just gobbles him up. Nom 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 nom.
An easy kill for Broken Blades. I mean, he really did make that look so easy. Gentleman Cho'Gath tips his hat. And he's likely going to get a tower here as well. Maybe he's overstayed his welcome on the bot side. But
he's got no mana. It would be difficult for him to fight against Yike. Skumon is hovering him. Yike is hit. Oh, the dodge on the Spectral Maw. Basically blind as Yike comes across and has to Heartbreaker. Skumon isn't going to chase any further. Didn't have the flash.
Yeah, he'd already used the Audacious Charge as well to try and get in there, so doesn't want to overextend, especially when there are members of KC missing off the map, but still, like, great play from G2. You get the solo kill on the bottom side, now you get the tower as a result, and you can look at where Carmine Corp are on the map. They're not really in a position to try and trade up, especially when you just showed the icon bottom side. Rift Tower's not going to be taken.
Oh, okay. I love the fact that in this series, We've seen a lot of close state of affairs. We're building up towards the Herald, which is already on the map. Dragon is still a minute away. They're sending Caps to bot lane. He does have the TP available. Already, Broken Blade and Skumond are grouping up together. One of the advantages of this Cho'Gath is with his insane HP pool, it's easier to face check into objective, especially when paired alongside Labrov. Right now, with the control they have in mid, they're making their way into the river. The chase is coming down into top lane.
Oh, good sidestep from Vladdy. His movement has been really clean today. The ace in the hole won't be enough. He's still got that Seraph shield as well. Can walk away. Does have TP to get back up here if he wants to join a play.
They're resetting with Kana as well, so it might be a double TP in if G2 are about to start off the Rift Herald, but doesn't look like they're going to go for it. You got Dragon in 30 seconds. I think G2 playing for when those double objectives are up to try and help out a little bit, but in this situation, G2 happy to just take Mountain Dragon. You've got, oh, hang on.
Flash forward. Glacial Bishop doesn't connect. Targamas was waiting around the corner as well and has that Mikhails if any CC did land.
But that's a big loss. Now Labrov definitely can't fight out a potential Dragon as Vladdy actually taking a good chunk of damage. Yike on the way, but again, this is now getting messy because Labrov, I was like, you don't have ult? Great. KC should be able to now fight at this next objective, but now that you have helped at Vladdy, it kind of gets a little wonky on the play.
It looks like it's just going to be a trade.
Yeah, it is going to be a trade.
So nothing too crazy, and I think G2's happier about this just because they'll get the top tier 1 as well. Against this Anivia, it's too difficult to siege, especially with Labrov, who was hovering on the bot lane as well. Overall advantage gain, and now they can use this Herald to finish off that tier 1 in the mid lane, already opening up the map for themselves. Another Om Nom Nom comes through for Broken Blade, 9 stacks now.
It's got 5,000 HP right now, and a Heartsteel with
And we're
290.
18 and a half minutes into the game.
Yeah.
There's the ending despair as well, so he's going to be sticking around for quite a while in these fights.
Is he killable?
Oh, someone can definitely kill him.
I think you need a few people to kill him.
Yeah, but the question is, can you kill everyone else on G2 and then kill the Cho'Gath afterwards?
Let's look out. Let's see how much damage an auto from Kalista actually does.
Can anyone ask Flacket as well how he feels about the Cho'Gath? Because the last time Broken Blade got his hands on this, it didn't end too well for the AD carry.
Another thing I've noticed as we've cycled through some of the champions here is Labrov actually maxing out his E first, which I really like in this. Like, often you want to go for the Winter's Bite for harass in lane, etc. But the Unbreakable cooldown, if you reduce that early by putting extra points in it, it's so powerful in a matchup like this where he's the one who is eating a lot of the initiation, like the Encore. You can eat the Spectral Maw coming out as well. You can eat or just axes coming out from Kalista. There's so much power in that Braum having his E on as short a cooldown as possible.
What the desk was saying earlier was that a lot of responsibility falls onto Yike's shoulders in the early game to find things to happen. But if he's not able to, G2's just freely allowed to scale. This game gets a lot harder given the options that they have. And right now, G2 have played very defensively. Dr. You were talking about this earlier. And they're more than happy with the game state right now, slowly but surely chipping away at the structures. Broken Blades.
Can they kill him? There's the root. Gets the silence, isn't getting knocked up with the decimating smash. No one really was able to auto-attack him there, so I'm gonna say we don't know yet if they can kill him.
Results inconclusive on the experiment. We'll have to return
I
to
saw
this.
Kalista auto-attack him. I didn't see his HP go down.
Kana stunned up with this concussive
so
blow.
much damage.
Follow. Look at the damage Kalista just taking by sitting in the Glacial Storm.
Look, he's only 3 years old. He doesn't know what this does, okay?
Oh, it's so true.
Moving.
G2, yeah, gonna go up towards Atakan here.
Can they start this? I mean, they've done good damage.
They still have Feast ready. They basically have 3,000 damage smite right now. Probably less than that, like 2.5k, but still.
The Shred is still going to offer a lot of value. Yike comes in, here comes the TP as well.
Yike trying to step forward. Broken Blade acting as that bodyguard. Can't quite land the knockup. Vladdy's coming in from the bottom side. They dive onto Kana and Yike. Broken Blade flashes! And Yike gets gobbled up! The Realm Warp in as well. I don't think Vladdy wanted to take that. That's a one-way ticket to nowhere. Kana, the next target for G2. The Encore comes over 3, but Targamas now on the retreat. Has to flash the wall, and Skumond wind becomes lightning, and Targamas becomes fertilizer. Kalista now with a flash and a barrier. Gets over to the right side of the wall. Caps still looking for more. And there is another. Caps' passive has not even been propped this game. G2 with an ace at 22 minutes.
G2 just immediately turn onto KC tanks. It was such a spread out fight. And G2 recognize it. Brilliant turn, and the Atakan to boot now.
Broken Blade is the only boss that you need to find a way of shutting down on the Rift right now, because this man is an absolute monster. Look at the turn onto Yike. They first apply the silence, they turn their attention onto him, flash, auto, gobble. Easy combo comes through, the realm warp comes in. Vladdy, I mean, he gets immediately shut down and forced to flash out. I mean, it's just a one-sided slaughter. KC couldn't even get a proper setup to even find a good fight.
So I think Kalist and Targus in the last second realized how terrible that realm warp was going to be, but unfortunately the Rise just didn't quite get the memo, so KC all end up falling off the back of that. And you called it, right? You don't even get the passive off of the Anivia. You still have all the Atacom buff left to go. This should be G2 now able to crack open these outer turrets and just kind of put KC in their own base.
Yeah. Cho'Gath.
Broken Blade had Feast back up to Feast Atacom, by the way, so he's now at 11 stacks.
The thing is, though, like, it's that the true damage is the ult. He just did more damage with everything else, and he tanked Cho'Gath.
Heartsteel, baby. Heartsteel.
I mean, the idea behind Cho'Gath, right, is that his W is very low range. His Q is very difficult to land, and he's just very large and slow. So in theory, you can kite around him. But that's what team comps are for. And so then when you chuck a Braum and a Xin in there and they do all the CCing for you, it makes it much easier to land all that other CC.
I will say Cap's putting down a massive AoE slow.
Also helps.
Probably contributes. If you guys think Cho'Gath is broken, by the way, you can join up to the LEC WhatsApp. It's we're on WhatsApp. You can scan that community code. You then you can get updates, news, opportunities to vote for special fan vote stuff. Really cool. Scan that or look up LEC under updates in WhatsApp if you want to join the conversation. As G2 currently aren't really letting Carmine Core join the conversation at all. A 4,000 gold lead. It will be another Drake to them. Delayed by 1 if they were looking for a fast soul. They're only on soul point now, as Carmine Core were able to take the Dragon earlier on while G2 took the Rift out.
And it becomes a question of what are the options for KC? Like, maybe catching someone off in a side lane? You have to get creative with how this Rise can use the ultimate. Kalist now, he doesn't have Flash.
Does not have Flash, and that's a Flash Frost to the face. It's a Frostbite, I believe, as G2 now pushing through mid.
And like, I think that this is actually something that Jojo Pyun talked about after Cap spread out to Nivea, is that like, this is not a champion you see particularly often, so oftentimes you haven't played against it in competitive, you haven't played against it in scrim, so you're just not really sure what exactly you're supposed to do against a champion like this, and unfortunately KC feel a bit lost.
A major issue as well for KC is as soon as Kalist is dead, where's your consistent DPS on a Cho'Gath? Even with Kalist alive, it's still going to be tricky, but at least he can chuck some axes into that massive gentleman. Right now, G2 just pushed through mid, don't really care about the fact that Carmine Core are trying to harass them as they do. False Life has fallen off. Yike tried to step forward. Caps, you got a stun over the wall here?
I mean, the scariest thing about Anivia in the late game is the wall, because you don't put any, well, you put maybe 1 point in it early, but in the late game, when you put more points into it, the sides of the wall, it can cover so much space. And it can trap people off. Kana, he's trying to escape, but there's the wall.
The Crystallize. Encore is going to hit onto 3, but they don't really have the follow-up as of yet. Kana's still on that front line, but the dive onto the back. Kalist locked up. G2 find another. They're going to try and warp out, but the Crystallize into the knock-up.
Triple?
It's a triple for BB.
Quadra?
A quadra for BB. Get back here, Yike! Get back here!
He's TPing!
It's a Michelin star meal, Broken Blade. No! No!
You know?
It was raw and wriggling and ready to be eaten up, Broken Blade. But instead, the Nexus G2's target, a spot in the grand finals, G2's target. And Carmine Core could not stand up to the power of the Gentleman Cho. 11-1, 26 minutes in. Carmine Core locked in their fountain. They're not climbing that blue wall as G2 go to the finals.
Yike refuses to be the prawn for this Shogun, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. G2 looking incredibly strong moving on towards finals.
I mean, you have to feel that the flexibility that G2 has historically been known for would be favorable for them in these fearless drafts. And I feel like that Game 4 was a perfect demonstration of it. Bringing out the Anivia, the Cho'Gath is not something new, but when you see that short-range composition come through from the side of KC, it just made so much sense.
You can vote for one of the G2 players in your Player of the Series vote at LEC on X. Skumond, Labrov, and Hansama are your options. Labrov.
That's Pokeblade on the screen.
Oh, sorry. Well, that's not what it says on the telestrator.
Okay.
Whichever ones are up there are your options, guys.
Go check X.
Vote for Labrov. He was definitely there.
Yeah, it's Labrov. Labrov had an insane series.
Had a banger series.
100%. He may not have been as present in the final game, but you can't deny how impactful he was so consistently throughout the series.
Yeah, he may not have been present, but he was gift wrapping KC for the rest of his team. It was
only he played the Santa Brom skin.
I know.
The best.
But no, it was sick. Incredible performance from Labrov. His engages were spectacular. The Blitzcrank was insane. And the fact that he's now firing all cylinders just makes G2 so much more threatening.
And now we know what's happening next week. We've got Fnatic versus Koi in our first round of the finals run, moving into the winner of that to KC, and then the winner of that for G2 in the grand finals. So some things change and some things don't.
Starts on Friday. Important.
Does
Friday,
in fact
Saturday,
start on
Sunday.
Friday. So
and there's no other league on, so you just watch it.
You've got to be here.
What else are you watching?
LPL?
LCK's done? LPL. LPL I'll give you. But LCK's done, LTA's
That's
done.
the morning, you know, LPL is...
True, you can get the best of both
Exactly,
worlds.
yeah.
Let's go through the whole shebang. We're waiting for an interview. There will be an interview in a moment. I haven't been told to pass it over to the interview yet. It says stall for int W. That's what I do in solo queue.
It's caps.
Is it caps? Is he down there? Oh, I can see him standing there.
Yeah.
Ginny's talking to him right now. You guys don't get to hear that conversation. That's the secret pre-interview. You guys gonna say anything?
Good job. Good job, Medic. No, I actually
just
quite
kept
enjoy. Yeah,
I'm done. I'm off to cast Red Bull. Not Red Bull. Trackmania. That's the name of it.
Have fun. Hope you have a wonderful time.
People go Zoom.
Yeah. Will it go as fast as the Cho'Gath will is the real question.
He didn't go that fast, Fetty. It wasn't
everyone else was slow.
He was really fast.
Oh, was he? Was he really
I mean,
fast?
I think from the perspective of Calist, he was going really...
Yeah, we're too quick. It's relative speed.
I was going to say, it's all relative, right? So it's like if they're going slow and he's still going normal speed, but then it's...
Exactly that.
I think it's what Einstein said. I think specifically we're talking about
theory of relativity, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to toss it over to an interview with Caps.
God.
It's Caps. Bye.
Hi guys, I'm standing by with Caps from G2 in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. There was a little conversation before the interview that they were talking about, so maybe we can have that conversation again. It was surrounding the fact that I thought you guys were not going to win this, so it was actually really clean, 3-1 from your side of things. How has this series been for you when it comes to the fact that it's a best of 5 and it was a fearless?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fearless games, like the later games, were very fun for us. I think the first 2 games didn't go that great, especially for me. I mean, we won the first one, but Yike definitely liked ganking me. So I think when it went to the later series, we kind of like realized their game plan, right? And especially with the egg, it's a bit hard to gank. So it was fun to play anyway.
It was nothing personal from Yike. Don't worry about that. The last game, though, really great. You were playing Anivia. The blue wall champion against the blue wall. Was there like a reasoning behind it, or just feel like the right champion to play?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely quite strong in the draft. They didn't have that many dashes, so the wall can be quite annoying, especially when they log in the Scion. They can cancel that as well. So it was fun to play.
Was it fun against the Rise? Because that used to be your pick. So now you're seeing you go up against Flatty and like the next generation of mid laners here. How does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it was nice because we actually did it back in 2022. I was playing against Jojopyun, and he picked the Rise, and I picked Anivia. And he's a bit on the younger side, so he didn't really know what Anivia did because it was very old. And I was hoping it would be similar with Vladdy, like it's a very season 1 champ. So maybe it's the strat against some of the newer mids to just pick the old champions in Fearless.
Maybe it is, but it worked out this time, right? You guys are coming out on top. I feel like the game, like you're talking about the Fearless and you're talking about the first few games not being necessarily as exciting when it comes to some of these picks. And as you're going down, of course, lesser champions available in the pool. How many games of Fearless draft do you think G2 has in them?
We were actually talking about it because, like, technically, I think there's 160 champs or 170 or something. So we were talking about like how far can we actually go in this in a best of 5, and I think it would be a pretty crazy experience to try like the game 12, the game 13, like see how these games look. But I think for now we're just aiming for the 5 games, and as long as we make it through those, then it's good.
Which you've done so far. When it comes to the key player of the game, it is going to be Broken Blade. He's been like a rock in the top lane for a very long time. Do you have anything that you think makes him different than other top laners potentially that we see?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has a lot of the cheese picks, right? We saw the Warwick coming in last week. I think now we had the Cho'Gath coming in, and he was very tanky on the Cho'Gath, so it was definitely quite hard for them to play with.
When it comes to G2 as general, we've now seen the best of 5 Fearless series. It's the first one that we've seen here in the LEC. It felt like you guys had really great preparation when it comes to these drafts. They were continuously going your way. So as you're heading into these finals, as you're heading towards maybe another trophy, who knows, don't want to jinx anything. What is your philosophy as a mid laner? Are you working on trying more champions? Maybe some unconventional picks that we don't necessarily see in mid lane?
I mean, definitely trying to play a little bit more, but at the same time, I think there's just a lot of mid lane champions, so it's maybe more like especially the AD carries. There's maybe not so many in the I guess top lane also has quite a bit, but like maybe top sometimes can get weird as well. I think the mid lane, there's just like so many champs. I feel like I could play another like 5-6 games before it starts getting weird. Okay. I guess we played anyway today, it's a bit weird, but I didn't expect to play that as well necessarily, but yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
That is us done here on the stage. We're going to be heading over to PGL in the fan zone with Lord, Kalist, and Skumon. So Lord, take it away.
Thank you so much, the amazing interview, and great to hear from Caps as usual. Welcome to PGL and welcome to the fans, of course, who had an amazing mood in the studio today. This was a banger series. I have Kalist, I have Skumon, we have a lot of things to talk about. French PGL, English PGL, I don't even know what we should do here. Guys, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Congrats on winning. I'm sorry it didn't go the way you wanted to, Kalist. First impressions on this very first Fearless Best of 5 on stage. Skumon, if you want to go first, maybe.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, it was pretty fun, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I still think that there is a lot of champs that can be picked on later games. But definitely it was nice to see, for example, the Anivia in this game.
Yeah.
It's yeah, a really good pocket pick. And yeah, I mean, it was really fun. And yeah, the draft talks between the games are really, really nice because like there is so many scenarios that you can go through. And yeah, I mean, it's like it was pretty nice to play.
Yeah, how did you feel it, Kalist? Because again, something that Dylan Falco was saying is that there's not much surprises in draft because you guys do your preparation very well. You kind of know what's going to be expected here. What is the element of surprise in a best of 5 like this?
Yeah, first things first, I agree. I think the Fearless draft is pretty fun to play, and like there is a lot of scenarios you have to think between games, and like it can go everywhere, you know. Even more if like there is some champions like Anivia that can just be picked like this, or some other random champs. It makes the preparation harder, but yeah, most of the time the preparation is pretty easy to see. I mean, at this point, you know what team prefers, their meta read, what they will play, and what they want to play. And the Fearless really changes that, and I think it's pretty cool to play it, yeah.
And when it comes to like resetting between games, maybe coming up with some new stuff that you could not have anticipated, how are you handling this 13 minutes, I think, that you guys have between games to make sure that the next draft is going to be ready? Because looking at the series today, honestly, it was very one-sided. In terms of games, you guys stomped game 1, stomped game 2, and I feel like it was not really even in that sense. Skumon, if you want to go first.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely don't have a lot of time between the games, actually, which adds more pressure in the draft meeting. So, like, yeah, all the scenarios needs to be thinking. You need to think about them, but it's like it's really important that you are sharp on them, and you just go to the most important cases. And yeah, I mean, for sure, like having good scrims and good preparation is really important in this kind of moments, because you never know, like if you will go to either game 3, maybe it's going to be 3-0, or like you go to game 5 and like every champion is out and you just need to cook a bit like in your role. So yeah, it's like really important to, I mean, play your champs, you know, like try to have some nice pocket picks, and yeah.
We're yet to see a game 5, but honestly, for me, for a first try at Best of 5 Fearless, I'm really convinced with what we saw so far. I don't know what the fans thought of this series, actually. Did you have fun watching this? I think everyone is convinced that we should keep Fearless all the time. But I mean, you guys being new in the competition, I feel like you don't know how it was happening before. Although you had kind of this vibe in LFL. Are you enjoying Fearless more than regular playoffs that you've experienced in the past? What is your feeling on this? Calist first, maybe.
I don't know, honestly,
Yeah?
because there are some champions that I like to play more than once. So on this part, it's a bit annoying, but on the other part, I like to play other champions and go deep into the champion pool because I think, well, it should be a good strength in a player, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't really know yet. I guess I will see later with more games.
All right. Skimond? Fearless, no Fearless?
I really like Fearless, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it's like, as I said, it's like, first of all, really fun. But second of all, I think it also brings a lot of, just new picks to the fans as well, you know? Like, because watching, in my opinion, watching the, like, Azir Cassante 5 games in a row can get a bit boring.
It is, yeah,
So,
I can confirm.
So yeah, like watching, I don't know, like, some Anivia or like even more crazy picks, Nunu maybe, who knows? I think it's really, really important and really funny for the fan base. And yeah, I mean, it also shows up that the players can also adapt and they have a deep champion pool. And I think it's really important to show that you can play a lot of champs.
Taking a bit of a step back in the LEC, in Europe, and in everything we've experienced, I think I can talk on behalf of all LEC fans when I say that our teams did not deliver internationally for the past few years, since 2022 actually, if I can be precise here. You guys are this new generation of players, of French players of course, but also players in the LEC with like a high potential. How do you live to this expectation and maybe the responsibility that falls upon you to revive hope for Europe and in the LEC? Calist, maybe you can go first here, because I know that there was a lot of expectations on your shoulder.
I mean, yeah, it's always something tough to deal with, the pressure and all these things. But from my side, I know how to deal with it. Most of the time, like, it's just pretty easy. I'm just playing my game and I'm just living each day trying to be the best version of myself and just do, like, put enough work to just, try to get finally one day to Worlds and get the title back for Europe. But I mean, we still need time and we need to improve on a lot of things. But like, for sure, our objective is to go to Worlds and I guess make Europe great again.
In terms of pressure and everything, because I mean, it took a bit of time for you to find your groove in the LEC especially. So with these expectations that you had on your shoulders as a jungler coming after Yike and everything, is it something that you learned to handle so far?
I mean, definitely, like, I could feel myself also being a bit pressure, especially in the first weeks. And I think it's like the weeks where I performed like the worst by far.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's definitely not an easy job to just go and join like the team that won everything in LEC, right? So like it's not an easy job to do. But right now I'm feeling pretty good, and I feel like I'm actually not feeling that pressure, I guess. And I feel like I know my teammates really well, my staff really well, and we're actually going in the good way, in the good path. And I just really hope that we can just keep doing this and hopefully win a title.
All right, let's talk about other teams and then let's take a look at the brackets that we have for the rest of the playoffs here, because G2 sitting comfortably in the grand finals, waiting for your opponent. KC, on the other hand, you're waiting for yours. MKOI, Fnatic, what's your take on both teams, actually?
Well, if I have to be honest, I will say it's a 3-0 pretty easily for Fnatic, but it seems like they are choking a bit. Like they almost lost against BDS, but let's see. I mean, anyways, I'm not really able to trash talk. I lost today and we didn't perform well. I think like we just didn't show KC, I guess, which didn't play our game today. But I think, Fnatic should be a better team than KOI. So let's see who we'll play against to get back to the finals.
I mean, you guys are the ones who sent them there. Fnatic, if I may say, completely collapsed after playing against you guys. Is that a sentiment that you share, though? That even though you beat them pretty convincingly, they should come on top against KOI?
Yeah, I would say so as well. I mean, I think KOI is actually playing decently on stage games, so maybe they can bring a surprise. But I think that if Fnatic plays just on their level and just do what they know to do, I think they should be winning pretty easily. But I can see KOI winning some games, so I would predict probably 3-1 for Fnatic.
3-1 Fnatic, okay. How do you guys feel, actually, the fans here in the studio? Fnatic or Koi? I have more Koi here, I think, than here. Closing thoughts on playoffs so far, guys. The level of playoffs, the level of the teams. Week 1 was really one-sided, 2-0 across the board. We had some banger games this week. Not clean games, it's never clean games in the LEC anyway, but banger games at least. What has been your feeling of playoffs and teams? Calist?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Like you can see that first teams are like all of the teams, they have to adapt to the fearless draft first, and the second fact is I feel like a lot of teams have ups and downs. Depends on best of 3, best of 5, but I think like there is teams that are just slowly but surely getting better, and some that are just like I don't really know how to say, but they are just under pressure, and you can feel it. And I think it probably happened to us today. It probably happened to Fnatic yesterday. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to see the whole level of the LEC to just get better and better. And well, we have to get better also and show our true game.
Who's been the most surprising team so far, Scumond? Outside of you, of course.
Surprising? I don't really know. I mean, probably I would say like BDS for their performance, actually. I think they played pretty well against Fnatic. And I'm pretty convinced that they could have won the series against them. So yeah, probably BDS.
Yeah, we'll see which teams scale in spring. They have a lot of time to get there anyway. Guys, thank you so much for joining us today. I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you so much to the fans as well for the banger mood that we had today at the studio. And that's all for us here in the upper bracket, round 3. We're almost at the end of Winter Split. Join us next week for the remaining matches on a special schedule from Friday to Sunday. We'll see you there. Thank you so much for watching, and take care.
Chain of Corruption hits Cats down towards the bottom side. Yikes, still tanky, but he's knocked back into the middle of G2 once again. The aura coming out from Kana. He's knocked back as well by Broken Blade. And Carmine Court dive in, but find no way of getting out. TP behind as Broken Blade's looking for the flank, and LeBron's looking to send Vladdy 6 feet under. BB now on the flank. Kalist has the flash. Targamas has one of his own as well, but isn't going to get the chance to use it. BB still chasing. Kalist only has cleanse, so cleanse the slow, but knocked into the wall. Has nothing left, and he can't even kill a Broken Blade.
It's a 22-minute ace for G2.
Towards the top side, Caps has been forced away. Broken Blade in the middle of the pit, tanking everyone. Targamas is going to die. The Equalizer will clip on Summer. Broken Blade falls as well. Yike trying to step forward, will land the smite. Now G2 are separated. Hans Summer's down towards the bottom side, limping through the river, through the jungle. Kalist trying to get the damage, and will.
Now, do you just go in towards a huge amount of the long range poke? But okay.
Is it the bot lane? Is it bot lane?
Oh, baby. Looking to seal the fates of Vladdy and Yike, with Broken Blade moving first. The flashback from Caps as he tries to get onto Vladdy. No summoner on Vladdy. He's down for first blood. Yike caught up as well. Flash with the Ruthless Predator stun, and Yike tries to escape with the shield. It's not enough. G2 find 2 in the mid lane.
Okay. Get the turret, get the turret, get the turret! Can I get trick yourselves? Can I get trick? We can trick. It's my bad. Okay, I need as well. Can you go top as well? Okay. I can base. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, it's my bad. It's my bad.
Broken Blade now.
Is it enough?
That is!
Just gobbles him up!
An easy kill for Broken Blades. I mean, he really did make that look so easy. Jonathan Cho'Gath tips his hat. Kana, he's trying to escape, but there's the wall.
The Crystallize Encore is going to hit onto 3, but they don't really have the follow-up as of yet. Kana's still on that front line, but the dive onto the back. Kalist locked up. G2 find another. They're going to try and warp out, but the Crystallize into the knock-up. There's a triple for Quadra. A Quadra for BB. Get back here, Yike! Get back here!
Is he peeing?
It's a Michelin star meal, Broken Blade. No! No! G2, the perfect team fight!
down, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same.